Hi, hello, welcome to the stream that I totally accidentally ended. I accidentally ended the freaking stream unintentionally. But hi, hello, and welcome to the stream. Tonight I'm joined by the Red Dementus himself, Mr.
What's happening, Mama?
Yes.
Baby, I'm real excited to talk to y'all folks tonight. Ooh, baby.
Yes, we are joined by the one and only Cam. He's here to suck up the oxygen and talk while I try and attempt to road course race. Or actually,
Oh, yeah. Road course racing, because Shane, as we all know, is gay.
no, I just want to get better. I just want to get better at road course racing. Although I might actually do some oval racing with the Gen 4 cars.
So you're going to do some real racing. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
As everyone knows, there is a direct correlation between road courses and being a bitch.
Is there?
Direct. It's like 100%. It's almost 100%.
Yeah, why is it? Select only the places that I own. And basically,
road course.
okay. All right. Let's create a race. Let's create a hosted race.
Shane,
What?
Subway better count their fucking days, dude.
Why?
They better count their fucking days. Okay, I understand when someone has an image for advertisement of a food item, you're not getting a photocopy of that, all right?
Yeah.
But I counted on the Subway menu. If you go on there, there's, I believe, 3 to 4 layers of meat on their Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
I got their Philly cheesesteak because I'm a meatball marinara guy from Subway. But I wanted a Philly cheesesteak from Subway because I wanted to try it. The sandwich wasn't bad, mind you, but the level of the meat to everything else ratio left me wanting.
It left you wanting.
It left me wanting, Shane.
And why did it leave you wanting?
Because it was not nearly as much as I was hoping. And I'm not going to pay an extra like $5 to get the meat that I was advertised. No man gets between me and my meat.
So I've heard.
All right. But yeah, no, like that genuinely pisses me off. Now, when you have something like a quarter pounder, where in the name it literally tells you exactly how much meat you're getting, and the meat happens to look a little bit less, that's not as big of a deal. As long as you can weigh that meat and it ends up being approximately a quarter pound, obviously they measure it uncooked, but still, if the correlation's there, that's fine.
Yeah.
But when you show someone, like that's like someone showing you like a 72-ounce porterhouse and you get like a filet mignon, all right? That would upset any man. Not because people don't like filet mignon, but if you're promising me a 72-ounce porterhouse and that's what it looks like I'm getting, and you pop out a little medallion of meat, I'm gonna be upsetty spaghetti.
Upsetty spaghetti.
Very upsetty spaghetti. All right. Now, the meatball marinara, sure, the meatballs are a little bit smaller than what they advertise, but you get what you see. There's there's typically 4 or 5 meatballs in that picture, and you get 4 or 5 meatballs.
Yeah.
And when I say a little bit smaller, I mean like almost undistinguishably smaller. Like, you're not butthurt about it. But no. Every other sandwich, they have just like one of their meat selections on there. It's like, yeah, fuck you guys. Yeah, we're charging like $20 for a sub, but fuck you.
Yeah, you see, this is why I go to fucking Firehouse Subs.
The nearest Firehouse Subs to us is 45 minutes away.
Well, that's
without traffic. Yeah. I remember when my friend used to work there. It was great. I loved when she worked there because I'd go in there and I'd order a sub, and she'd put the amount that they tell them to put on there. And I go, that's not nearly enough. And she'd go, well, I have to charge you for dopamine. I'm like, no, you don't. Your boss doesn't care. And she goes, yeah, that's right. Frank doesn't fucking care, and just loads it up. And that's what you should do. That's what they should do. None of this Chick-fil-A bullshit where you ask for extra meat and they give you 2 extra pieces of chicken. That's why I'm convinced that if I ever go to a Chick-fil-A, I will more than likely end up on the first page of news. Fucking nightly news. Local boy burns down Chick-fil-A. Not Chick-fil-A, Chipotle. Sorry, I kept saying Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is great. I love Chick-fil-A. They offer a very good product, and they're typically pretty close to what you see. A lot closer than most other places. But, no. Chipotle? Better count their fucking days, dude. I show up to a Chipotle, I'm crashing out. Oh, well, we gave you extra meat. And it's like, motherfucker, there's 6 pieces of chicken on here. Yeah, we normally give you 5. That's extra meat. We gotta charge you extra for that. That's when I'd like hock a loogie into that food.
Yeah.
That way, one, they can't serve it to anyone else, and 2, none of them are gonna eat it. Fucking 4D chess, Shane. This is how you do it. That and Starbucks. You know, I'm ranting about businesses, all right? Capitalism's great. Capitalism's amazing. Frankly, it's the best economic way to run a country, if you ask me. Well, that's a lie. No, the best economic way to run a country, if you're the guy in charge, is communism, because you can take everyone else's shit, and they can't do anything about it. Capitalism has checks and balances when it's done the way it's supposed to be. Communism, when it's done the way it's supposed to be, it's one dude who's just like, fuck you guys. It's my shit. Oh, but communism is about the equal distribution of resources. Name a single country, whether they're communist, socialist, name a single point in history where resources were shared equally amongst everyone. In the famous words of that one fucking dude who showed up here a long time ago, landed in America, and he was in the Pocahontas movie. I can't remember his name right now. You don't work, you don't fucking eat. Then people are gonna go, oh, but what about people who can't work? People who are physically disabled, they're too old to work. Well, if they're too fucking old to work, they should have been saving up their entire life and should be fine. Obviously, there are extenuating circumstances. That's fine. Counterpoint to the what about people who physically can't work? That's why you marry someone rich. I'm kidding. There are obviously extenuating circumstances, and we live in a modern enough society that if someone is physically incapable of working, we shouldn't go, cool, good luck, have fun, bye-bye, not my problem. That's why we have things like disability and welfare. The problem is we have disability and welfare queens, people who could work perfectly fine, but choose not to.
Yeah.
They go, fuck you guys, I want free shit. Ironic that most people I've most people I've discussed with, maybe not met them in person, but discussed with, turn out to be welfare and or disability queens who live off of those. My favorite one was I watched a buddy of mine sent me a TikTok and he's like, "Oh, you'll fucking love this." And it was a lady, basically, she was telling her grandpa that she can't have a relationship with him because he's a abuser. And that's understandable. You know, you don't want to have toxic relationships with abusive people. That's completely fair. Big power to her for cutting off toxic relationship. Only problem is, Shane, you want to know what made, in her opinion, the relationship toxic? Her grandfather was a lifelong Republican. That's it. That's the crux of her whole argument. Yes, Grandpa, I know you've given me money and helped me out financially, but I happen to be in a lesbian relationship, and because you voted Republican, that means you hate me. That's bad. Now, don't get me wrong, on the other side, the Republicans have their issues. But frankly, if I'm being honest, it's a lot more fun to shit on the Democrats.
Yeah.
Under this reasoning, because the shit you get to shit on them for is so much more simple. The Republicans are racist. I'm sure there's plenty of racists who vote Republican. I'm sure. There's probably a lot of racists who vote Democrat, too. Insert video of racist people who happen to be black who say black people can't be racist. And that is a decent number, I might add. There's one might say a large pool to study of people like that. But to move away from politics slightly, only slightly, I'm gonna rant about sovereign citizens.
Oh boy.
Shane, for the people in the back who might not be able to hear me, what is a sovereign citizen?
A citizen with control on their own being, their own life.
Sure, you could say that. That's what they'd like to present it as. A sovereign citizen is basically someone who, more often than not, is already a criminal of some kind. They've either been arrested for misdemeanors or felonies in the past, or have had repeated interactions with police, and now believe that they have control of their own personal being, so they don't need a license to drive on roads. No, Shane, that would make too much sense. No. They're not driving a car. They are traveling using a vessel. And they fall under maritime boat law because vessel is used to refer to boats, not cars, but you know, whatever. And those cops, they're not cops, Shane. They're not cops. They're road pirates.
Okay.
With their darn unmarked vehicles that they use to commit piracy on the roads. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm the first person to go out there and say, I don't want to pay taxes because I think most of the shit taxes go to are useless. Mm-hmm. I don't like taxes. I disagree with a lot of taxes for multiple different reasons. But then I see that the United States military spends like $2 billion on a plane that can go supersonic and then drop a missile that shoots out knives. And then I go, you know what? I'm willing to pay taxes for that. So I just convince myself that my tax dollars go directly towards that. And in the past, I've mentioned that I've never paid taxes. That is technically correct. I have never personally filed a tax form because legally I am currently, in air quotes, unemployed because I work for my father. I don't receive a standard paycheck.
Okay.
Which means I don't have to pay income tax. I still have to pay taxes on goods and services and blah, 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 blah. Whatever. That's fine. But I don't own anything currently that is taxable. I don't own any property, as in, like, real estate. I have a truck that is all paid off. It's all good. It's great. It's golden. Bada boom, bada bing, bada bang.
Radio check. Spotter, radio
Done
check.
diggity deal. I live the life that most communists wish they could live. And then people will point out, well, you're turning 20 and you still live with your parents. That's correct. I'm enlisting in the military. I did it once, and I will do it again. And then I don't even have to worry about paying taxes because I'm a federal employee. That shit's already taken out of my paycheck. It's not my issue. Nothing I have to worry about.
But then, what about taxes if you own property? What about those taxes?
I don't like them. Property tax is stupid. If you pay for your house in full, it is your property. I understand having taxes to a certain extent, but if I own a house on land that I own, that should be mine. For me. And not having to pay the government to allow me to keep my land that I currently have. Especially, let's say hypothetically, I had a family member, maybe recently passed away. Not important to the story, but just throwing that out there for the masses to know. Anyways, let's say that family member happened to live on a farm. Random bit of real estate that someone might live on. Random land building area they might live in on a farm, hypothetically speaking, that hypothetically was in this family for, let's say, 102 years,
something like that.
Hypothetically, not to throw out an exact number, just 102 years, first number that came to my head. Why should that person have to pay taxes on land that their family has fully owned, maintained full ownership of for 100 years? That doesn't make any sense.
No.
That seems almost kind of a little bit stupid.
Yeah. Seems almost like stealing.
Almost. It would almost be like, let's say, Shane, I sell you something in full. It's yours. You own it. You can do with it what you please. But I still charge you annually for having it.
Yeah.
The government might call that illegal. Which it would be. Like if I sell you a car, Shane, and then a year later I come back and go, hey, you still owe me money for that car. And you're like, no, you charged me $2,000. I'm like, yeah, you paid me those $2,000. That's good. But you gotta pay me to keep that car. Otherwise I'm gonna take that car back. You're like, but that's not how that works. They go, yeah, it's taxes. I'm taxing you for owning that vehicle. But Cameron, you gave me the bill of sale, everything. It's good. It's my property. Yeah, it's your property. But you need to pay me to use it and own it. Not just use it, just to own it. It's mine. It's not mine, but it's yours. But that's my money, and you need to pay me for it. Give me money, please. Oh, but the government needs Does that mean that you don't like highways and roads, Cameron? Does that mean you think highways and roads are bad and we shouldn't have them because tax dollars go towards that? Yeah, guess what? Highways and roads, specifically roads that are maintained by state government, tend to not be that good of roads.
Yeah.
One might say they are full of a plethora of potholes, poor design choices. And then when those problems are being fixed, well, they hire a crew of, let's say, 10 people, but only 3 people are actually working. The rest are standing around. Sure, some of them are standing there, dealing with the flow of traffic. That's fine. I understand that. That makes sense. Cool. But roads only go, they have 2 lanes, and if you're fixing a section of it, there's only 2 possible areas cars could come from. Maybe 4 if it's a 4-way at most. So the 3 people actually doing work plus 2 to 4 people. Now, Shane, as you have
Speed limit is 45 miles per hour.
A couple times during high school.
Pit exit is clear.
I passed
Don't cross the
I
line.
failed it a good couple times. It took. I gave it a good college try, So since I'm obviously not an expert, a titan of mathematics, what's 3 plus 2?
3 plus 2 is 5.
That's 5, yeah, okay. One might say half of 10, possibly 50%.
Yeah.
About half, yeah.
One might.
Okay. One could say that. So let's say at the highest, 3, and it's on a 4-way that they're fixing, so 4 additional people. That's how many people, Shane?
That would be 9.
No, it wouldn't. 3 plus 4,
7.
7. There you go. That's 3 less than 10, if I'm correct. If I'm, unless I'm talking crazy. 3 less than 10.
Yeah.
So that means at minimum, there's 3 people that probably don't need to be there.
Mhm.
But they're all receiving a paycheck because they're at work. I work in a job that's pretty small scale. There's not a lot of employees. If we had 3 additional employees that didn't do pretty much anything, or alternatively, the work of, let's say, 7 people was divided amongst 10 people, then everyone's doing less work than they could be doing. A decent bit less work if there's an additional 3 people doing work to evenly spread the work out amongst them. That would be a bad financial choice,
Yeah.
Now, worst case scenario, 5. There's 5 people and then there's 5 additional people that aren't doing anything. That means that one person is only doing a half person's work. That could be said. Possibly. Maybe. In some crazy scenarios.
Yeah.
And to top it all off, those people who are doing probably 3/4 of a person's work are taking a very long
They're giving us the
time to
meatball.
do
We've
it.
got to bring it in.
Now you obviously can't see me, but I'm scratching my head, Shane, because that don't make too much sense now, does it?
No.
Yeah, it seems kind of what's the word for it? Kind of asinine, maybe.
A little bit.
Kind of stupid. Yeah. Now name any other. Let's take, I don't know, some sort of social media company with a large amount of employees, and then someone else buys the business and just tries to figure out, hey, how does this business work, and then finds out, holy shit, most of these people don't even do anything, or if they do something, they're doing like a percentage of the actual work that they could be doing, to the point where 5 people are doing one person's job. One might think you should probably lay off some people because you're paying a lot more people to do a lot less work.
One might.
One could extrapolate that out of the situation,
Hit exit is clear. Get what you can.
Kind of an interesting little thought experiment. I would love to see, if fiction matched reality in some scenario, like some sort of social media company got bought out by someone with a lot of money. Maybe someone who's ran a successful business before, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe 2 or 3 successful businesses. And then he purchased that social media company, for example, just to throw something out there. And then went, holy shit, there's a lot of people not doing work here. And then he maybe laid some of them off because they were being paid for work they either weren't doing, or B, were getting paid too much for the work they were doing.
Yeah.
Now, that'd be a wacky scenario, wouldn't it, Shane? That would be crazy
wild.
if that happened. I know. And then, God
All
forbid,
clear here,
maybe that
watch the
guy
line.
gets, I don't know, hired by the government to do an audit, but then it goes wrong because people in the government don't like being told that they're getting paid too much money. Like, let's say, hypothetically, someone who's elected to politics who beforehand was like a bartender or some shit,
Yeah.
who only gets paid, let's say, $200,000 a year let's throw it up there, $400,000 a year, has only been in office for, let's say 10 years, is somehow a multi-millionaire. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely nuts.
Yeah, especially when they live in an expensive house that they obviously have to pay taxes for,
Yeah.
One might wonder how this person who has such a limited salary has such a high net worth and such an expensive house. How's that person? That person must be an economic genius.
Yeah.
Must be someone who really knows capitalism well and must admire it so much that they've mastered it. Definitely not someone who, I don't know, says we should embrace the ideals of
Your last time was
socialism or something.
32.19. You're
Kinda
currently
weird.
1.59
Kind
off
of
your best.
strange. Even stranger, maybe another politician, you know, was couch surfing and living as basically a bum, living off his friends for a long time, you know. And then he got elected. You know, he or she. I shouldn't say he specifically because that.
Yeah, we don't want to be sexist.
This is an example, Shane. It's just an example. I don't want to get too specific for an example.
Your last lap was 31.04. You're currently 0.44 off your best.
You know, maybe, I don't know, gets elected to be in politics, and maybe they think socialism is a great form of government, but somehow in their job that only pays such a limited amount of money, they're somehow also a multimillionaire. So wealthy that they were able to honeymoon in the Soviet Union for a while, back when Russia was the Soviet Union, for example.
That lap was a 30.82. You're now 0.22 off your best.
Are a bit older, so I was just throwing that out there as like a little, you know, to show time, obviously. Not for any specific reason, because I'm describing a specific person, because that would be rude. You know? Yeah, that'd be rude to talk about someone like that, you know, no matter how true it is.
Yeah, and we all know you don't like to be rude.
God, no, I'm a very kind-hearted human being. Ask Aiden.
You've just run a 30.90. That puts you 0.30 off your best.
Yeah, it's fucking wild how these people get elected to government, and they're only paid so much money, and they're like millionaires and shit.
Yeah.
Living in nice, expensive houses. I want to do like a challenge where I get elected to like Congress or some shit, and I don't do anything else to make money. I just live off of the money I get paid from being in Congress, and see if I can afford some of the shit they afford. You know, in that hypothetical situation I was talking about before, maybe these people who have influences over the economy and, you know, financial issues and making bills and laws that might change some financial and cause financial issues for other people. Maybe they're doing some weird hypothetical thing. I don't know. Let's call it insider trading or something. I don't know. Just to
that last lap
give it
was
a name. Maybe these people are doing this
You're now
insider trading.
0.23 off your best.
Hypothetical name I came up for a situation that would never happen, because, you know, if something like that were to be even possible, Shane, that'd be illegal, wouldn't it?
You would think, yeah.
Yeah. You know, one might think there would be laws about that, you know, if that were a real thing that, you know, people would even consider doing, because that would be just too terrible for anyone to even fathom. To abuse their elected position to, you know, make money
30.86
on the side
that puts you
and do things that might
0.26
screw
lower than your
over
best.
the normal person. Someone who probably elected them, screw them over just because it makes them more money. That'd be wild for anyone to ever even consider doing that.
Absolutely wild.
I know. And what would be even more wild, Shane, is let's say someone's, I don't know, like a member of Congress or Senate.
Just run a 31.
Let's just pick a
You're now
random region.
0.36
you know,
off your best.
in the Midwest, who during a recent election might have been someone's VP, who earlier on in his lifetime he was in the National Guard, just to name a branch of the military, and then he signed a contract to stay in for, let's say, 6 years, and then he got out in less than 6 years, not due to some injury from being a war hero or anything. Just
1720
he didn't want to be in it
feet.
anymore, so he just left. Got an honorable discharge, obviously, and then, you know, ran for some sort of office in some sort of political organization, you know. Well, let's even say, crazily enough, this person got some sort of promotion partway through their re-enlistment that promoted them to a higher rank, which means they would have gotten more money because your pay in the military is directly related to your rank. Let's say they got this promotion, but this promotion comes with stipulations, Shane, you know. Nothing in life is free. Let's say, hypothetically, this promotion meant you had to go to some extra training. And part of doing that extra training is that you have to retain that position for X number of years. Well, when that person left, let's say hypothetically they hadn't been in for those full years that were necessary, and then they just decided to leave and somehow got away with it, hypothetically, but somehow they still maintained that rank somehow, even though they didn't meet the requirements for that rank, like, including the staying in for X number of years. And let's say on top of that, they still parade around that they're this rank, even though they're not, they shouldn't be, That'd be kind of a weird thing for someone to do, Shane, right? Yeah. Little silly, goofy thing for someone to do.
Yeah, what a silly goober.
Oh, what a silly man or woman. Silly man or woman, I'm not talking about anything specific.
Yeah. We're still in the realm of hypothetical. Purely hypothetical, yeah. Just some random human being I just created for the sake of an example for this argument, some random human that definitely doesn't exist, definitely didn't run as someone's VP during the most recent election, and weirdly happened to lose, even though everyone said they were going to win, Kind of odd that everyone's like, oh yeah, this person's going to win, and then they lose. Yeah, that's real
pretty
weird.
Decently. Yeah, it's odd, especially when, like, I don't know, someone who maybe they're on TikTok has the audacity to make fun of some poor minimum wage worker who thought it was funny that the person, like, 6 hours before the election was over, decided to buy an expensive bottle of, some sort of beverage, let's just say champagne, to celebrate, bought a nice expensive bottle, and then when the minimum wage worker, who was probably, no older than like 20-something, found it comedic that this person would purchase something for an event that hasn't even happened yet. And then, the person who bought the champagne has the audacity to not only chastise the other person, but say something really crazy and really rude and weird, maybe hypothetically, like, oh, you wasted your vote, to the other person because they happened to vote for the other person. It'd be really weird, really kooky, kind of crazy situation if maybe that person who the champagne lady or man supported, if they happened to lose, that'd be weird. That'd be strange. It's, especially maybe, let's just say hypothetically, the person who was running for president was an incumbent because they were the vice president, hypothetically, before they ran for president. That'd be kind of strange because, last I checked, typically incumbents tend to win.
Yeah, they usually have the advantage.
They usually have like a pretty decent advantage. Definitely not, a
You've just done a 30.81. That puts you 0.42 off your best.
Someone who throughout their entire presidency, everyone apparently hated. And he did such a terrible, he or she did such a terrible job, That person was just terrible at their job, and then they left for a year and then somehow got reelected. That's a silly, goofy situation.
That was a 30.68. That puts you 0.30 off your best.
Goofy situation to happen, Definitely couldn't be me, If I ran for a political office and then ran against someone who was already in that position before me and they left for a year and then not a year for an election cycle and then decided to run again, I probably wouldn't decide to run that year. I'd probably go, oh, this person has significantly more experience.
30.75. That puts you 0.36 off your best.
Deserves the position more than me. So hypothetically, that person who was president and then left for an election cycle and then came back. Let's say they, ran multiple successful businesses, were very well liked by the majority of people, and until they decided to, run for, let's say, president, and then everyone disliked him for some strange reason. That'd be a weird situation to be in.
Yeah. Be real.
Just run up 31.80. You're currently 1.41 slower than your best.
That'd be too weird. That'd be too odd of a situation to actually happen. Yeah. Just like it'd be really weird for a bunch of people, I don't know, who don't live in a country legally to, complain that people are, putting efforts towards getting them out of a country they don't even legally live in. And then when they complain about being kicked out of said country, I don't know, waving the flag of another country, that'd be wild.
Yeah.
And it's like let's say I moved to Ireland and they said, "Oh, you're here illegally," and I started waving an American flag and go, "You need to let me stay. You can't kick me out. That's wrong." That'd be weird.
Yeah.
It'd be so weird for someone to do. Even
Almost
weirder,
like
let's say,
you don't want to live in that country, or
Okay, the exit's clear.
you just want to be there for the good stuff, but you don't actually want to be part of the country.
Yeah, you don't want to financially support said country. That'd be odd.
But Cameron, you just said you don't like taxes.
Yeah, well, the reason taxes are so high is because in this hypothetical scenario, that definitely isn't happening. Hypothetically, these people who aren't documented as living here might still use some of the commodities we happen to have in this country, without having to pay for them, because how are they going to be forced to pay for it like, everyone else, because they don't even legally live here. They don't, as far as the government's concerned, they don't exist. That'd be, that's like, let's say I moved to Mexico, for some odd reason I moved to Mexico, and then the Mexican government goes, "Well, you're not here legally. You moved here illegally. You didn't go through the right avenues." And then I start complaining, and I start waving an American flag and saying, "You need to let me stay here." That'd be kind of weird. I could never imagine being
That
so
lap was a 30.91. You're now 0.52 off your best.
And then, of course, because, I'm protesting, or some might say rioting if I'm doing something violent, like, I don't know, burning buildings or attacking cops. That'd be weird.
Yeah.
To do that. Taking those police officers away from helping people who actually, might need it, like, someone who got mugged and stabbed by a
That lap was
criminal,
a
let's say.
30.88.
But instead of, doing that, those cops have
off
to
your
do
best.
me being a shithead and complaining about being removed from a country I'm not even legally in anyways. It might be wacky. It'd be wild. And then, of course, Shane, because they were kicking me out of Mexico, I had complaints because I'm white. And it's racist. Not because I'm there illegally. No. That'd make too much sense. That'd be wacky. It'd be wacky if someone ever actually did that, or a large group of people actually did that, to the point where, let's say, hypothetically, that country felt the need to deploy some branch of the military to help deal with that situation. That'd be silly goofy.
Yeah. Why would anyone do that?
That'd be bonkers. That'd be wonky. No one would ever be so silly as to do that, Shane. That'd be wild.
Yeah.
But thank God these are all hypotheticals, Shane.
Yeah.
God, imagine if any of what we said was real.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy. So that'd be Cocoa Pebbles bonkers.
Yeah. It would be like a country on the verge of collapse almost.
Yeah, I know. It might be something that might make the news and people might talk about, Even someone on this lovely platform known as Twitch might even show up and, weirdly enough, side with the people who are causing the problem, and then call everyone else wrong for thinking what's happening is weird and wrong and bad, That'd be wild if someone did that.
That'd be
Especially
absolutely bananas.
I know, especially if that someone hypothetically had a large audience of younger viewers who may not be as intelligent as they should be,
Yeah. Who would prey on young people?
Who would prey on, let's say hypothetical age range 15 to 22-year-olds, who would prey on those people who are probably not as intelligent as they could be because of their lack of experience in the real world,
Yeah.
That'd be a fucked up thing to do, Shane. What human could ever fathom to do that to another human being?
I know I couldn't.
Definitely not someone on this lovely platform known as Twitch.
Nope.
But let's give him a hypothetical name just so we know what we're talking about. Hassan Hiker, it's a clearly made up name.
Yeah.
That'd be a weird thing for Mr. Hiker to do.
Real weird.
Yeah. Something that, a company that needs to have good public relations like Twitch, hypothetically, they might want to not let him do that, Especially but then again, maybe that company has a lasting relationship with said person to the point where that person has done wrong things in the past, and this person obviously they don't stream on Tuesdays, so when this company needs to make an example of them and go, hey, you're doing bad stuff you're not supposed to, we're gonna stop you from doing this bad stuff for a day. Oh, what day works best for you? Oh, Tuesday, because you don't stream on Tuesdays? Okay, cool, let's do Tuesday. That works for you, it works for us. Cool. Great. Lovely. I personally wish, if I ever got, God forbid, suspended at my job or any job I work in the future where they said, hey, you're suspended for X amount of time, it'd be lovely if I got to choose when that time was,
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
That'd be amazing. God, that'd be a sick gig. But then, of course, when someone else does nearly an identical thing, but not as bad still, but comparable to what said other person might have done, it'd be strange if they got a much harsher punishment. That'd be weird.
It's almost like there would be some. It sounds like favoritism.
Oh God, no, Shane, no. A company whose job is to entertain the masses, and therefore they're effectively bidding to the masses and their customers, which, one might say that's what a company should do, is do what is in the best interest of the user of said company. That'd be weird for that company to do. Why would they want to treat people fairly, Shane? That'd be weird.
Yeah.
That'd be odd to apply rules and expectations equally to different people, God, Twitch is a fucking hellhole.
If I could get multi-streaming working, and I've tried, if I could get multi-streaming to work, I would be streaming on Rumble and Kick at the same time on Twitch. But the problem with Rumble is that you have to have at least 5 subscribers in order to live stream, or you need to pay for access to live streaming.
Dan, you want me to make a bunch of fake accounts to subscribe to your Rumble so you can stream?
That would be no, I don't want to touch the wall. Get off the wall. That would that'd be wild if someone would do that.
If hypothetically some random person would do that, that'd be weird.
Yeah.
And in this hypothetical scenario, do you have to pay for Rumble accounts?
No.
Oh, weird. It'd be weird if someone would do that completely for free, just out of the good of their heart.
Yeah. Just to help a friend.
Weird. I know. Who would want to help? Who would want to help a friend, Shane?
I know.
Who would want to provide help to a person they consider a friend? That'd be weird.
Yeah.
I mean, odd. Who would do that? God. Especially when helping that friend might be considered breaking certain arbitrary rules.
Yeah.
God.
Okay.
Fuck you, commercial. Makita tools are ass. Fucking hate Makita.
You hate what?
They're not bad. Makita, it's a hardware company. They do like drills and saws and shit. I have no problem with Makita. I just think Ryobi's better. I mean, honestly, I would like DeWalt. DeWalt are great quality tools. My only problem with DeWalt is the fucking batteries are so expensive and they burn out so easily. Dude, when it's more expensive to buy just the battery than it is, like, comparably, when it's more expensive to buy just the battery than it is to buy a whole new tool which comes with a battery, I mean, fuck, dude. That's stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong, DeWalt, great tools, great quality, love them. The batteries just are not as good as, like, Ryobi. Dude, fucking Ryobi, oh my god, dude. We have, like, 6 Ryobi batteries, and my dad has, like, a dozen Ryobi tools, and he uses, like, the same 4 batteries. He just keeps 2 of them always charged just in case for work. The rest of it's basically he's just using, like, the same 4 batteries pretty much.
Yeah.
And dude, he uses them constantly. Never had a problem with them. Never once had a problem with Ryobi battery. And not that you should do this. I'm not recommending this, especially if you're doing like your own homeowner shit. But in a pinch, if you don't have a hammer on you, you can use the butt of your Ryobi drill as a hammer with the battery on.
Yeah.
I've done that like 2 or 3 times. My dad's done it plenty. It's not, don't do it. You do have an increased chance of damaging your battery. I'm just saying, in a situation where you have to, like, you're an hour away from your house where your hammer is and you don't have a hammer, rather than wasting an hour going there, you just do a couple love taps with the battery, boom, done. But if you're at home, don't be fucking lazy. Just go out to your garage and grab the hammer. It will keep your tool much more have much better longevity. But yeah, no. Fucking absolutely love Ryobi. I've had no problems with Ryobi. None whatsoever. They work. They work fucking great.
I'm gonna go get a refill on my drink. Use the restroom. You can feel free to slobber all over Ryobi's drill.
Ryobi's Robocock, got it. My biggest problem with tools in general is they don't have fucking interchangeable batteries. That shit pisses me off. Because if they did, Ryobi batteries, DeWalt tools. Maybe a couple Milwaukees here and there for certain things. Just because they are the slightest better quality, they are more expensive. Ryobis are more often not very affordable for how long they're gonna last. Especially if you're just like a homeowner who's doing minor repairs here and there. Fuck, that Ryobi will last you until your grandkids die. Oh my god, fucking love Ryobi. Oh, I should check out chat, see if Sirna's saying anything. Or Shalid. That'd be fun. Actually respond to chats. I need to do that more often. Oh, fuck no. Nobody's here. Oh, well, it looks like I'm just gonna be talking until Shane's gone. So, fuck it. I know I can't throw up visuals, but just imagine like a cool little visual that says Cam's Power Hour. We're going to talk about random facts while Shane's gone and I'm also still here. If I'm gone and Shane's gone, obviously I'm not going to talk because that'd be weird. So, our topic topic for this power. Let's say this will be the first, I'll consider it the first Cam's Power Hour. Let's talk about video games. So, there's a video game that's coming out. Well, I think it's early access. It's about $12, I believe. It's called Surrounded. I have not played it yet, but I've watched a lot of people play it, and I've talked to people who've played it. Game looks fucking great. Definitely consider trying it out if you're into. It's a zombie style game. It's great. Looks good. I might actually get it. You know, it'd be fun. That and Daisy. I love Daisy. I don't have Daisy, which sucks. I want to get Daisy because, well, Daisy's great. There's so much shit you can do in Daisy. Especially once you throw in a couple, like you join a modded server or some shit. That's one thing I will say I absolutely despise about, like, games like that. Like, I understand the whole point of Daisy is it's a PvP game, but I want to, like, Rust. I joined a Rust server it was technically an RP server, technically. But, dude, we were just fucking, all we were doing was, like, building up a, like, big main town base area. It was great. I love shit like that. I want to see if I can.
What do you love?
Rust. Fucking love Rust.
I will not be playing Rust with you. I am not attracted by the idea of Rust.
Really?
No.
Why not?
It doesn't. Based on everything I've seen, doesn't look like not my kind of game.
Dude, what I would love to do is get like a Wolfpack, Rust server, so we can all just like build a big ass town and just fuck around.
Yeah, I'd like to do something like that too, either with Wolfpack or Strange Animals, or my own. But
even better, Shane, hear me out. What we do is we start out a Rust server and we split up into like 2 teams. We could have like your team and Blake's team, and just fucking like do our own things and fuck with each other a bunch. Because I'm telling you right now, you do not understand how sweaty I am in Rust. First thing I'm doing is I'm getting a group of like 4 or 5 of us, and we're sprinting our asses off to get tugboats.
Yeah, but you see, I have the feeling that you would be the guy who plays both sides.
Well, first of all, Shane, you always play both sides. That way, no matter what, you come out on top. Second of all, if I were on your team, I would guarantee that our team wins, because I would just sweat my ass off collecting sulfur so we can raid the fuck out of Blake's team. Now, would I go over to Blake and be like, "Hey, Blake, here's a water pipe, so you can research that, so you guys have water pipes now." Water pipe, it's a single barrel shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, I think it's more of like a rifle, because you can shoot slug. Well, no, it's shotgun, yeah, because you shoot slugs and buckshot. But it's a shotgun. It's single barrel. It's one of the cheaper guns in the game. But no, dude, first fucking thing I'm doing, I'm getting us tugboats. Second fucking thing I'm doing is I'm gonna work on crafting. They have siege tools now in Rust, so like ballistas and shit. I'm making sure we get a couple of those. I'd leave you guys to building up the base. That'd be your problem. But I'd fucking, dude, absolutely just sweat out everything, fucking honeycomb the base, do all this crazy shit, and then I'd just absolutely farm the fuck out of sulfur, because then we can make C4, and I'd fucking I'd collect a fuck ton of airdrops, and then just do like 30 airdrops in our base. I have it all planned, I have it planned out. I'd have fucking we wouldn't just have, obviously, if we're doing like a team versus team situation, first thing we would do is make sure we have more than one base, like have our main base and then have a secondary loot base with all of our good shit in it, nearby obviously, but far enough away that hopefully the other team doesn't know it exists.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Because how Rust works is basically, other than certain things, like tugboats as an example, they spawn in at the beginning of the game, and until one of the tugboats is sank, there's only X number of tugboats. So let's say there's two possible. How a typical standard Rust server works is there's two places where tugboats can spawn, and there's a max of 2 tugboats per spawn area. So typically on a Rust server, there's like 4 tugboats, if that. Sometimes there's more, it depends on the server, but that's the best way to describe it, is like they're tied to a specific spawn area where like that's the only place they spawn, and it only once they spawn in, that's the only amount you're getting. And then once one's destroyed, it'll respawn, obviously.
Yeah.
But, and there's horse, oh dude. And then how we would raid the other base is, if they're smart, what they're probably going to do is build by water. Because Rust happens on an island. So you probably want to build in a team versus team situation. Your best bet is to build probably by water, because that is going to, on the opposite side of the island, because that puts you as far away from the other team as possible. So it decreases the chances of accidental run-ins that aren't on your terms. But I don't think they would plan it out that much. They'd probably find like a natural rock formation and build a base in that. That would be what I would guess they would do, which would also be very smart. Because how Rust works is you can break other people's walls even if they have a TC down. It's called cool cover. Basically what it does is it creates like a zone where only you can build, but people can still come in and destroy what you built. They just can't build there until they destroy your TC. So what people will do is they'll find like natural caves or whatever, and then they'll build their base there, so that way there's only so much wall that can be broken, and then the rest of their base is protected by natural formations that can't be broken. So it's not like Minecraft where the entire thing is destroyable. The only things you can destroy in Rust are things like trees. Certain rocks will spawn, and they're called nodes. It's like stone, sulfur, stuff like that. But yeah. So what a lot of Rust players really like doing is, at least for a while, this was really popular, is they would build into formations if they could find like a cave or some sort of like rock overhang that had like only 2 ways to get in, and they'd wall that off. But yeah, no, I'm not a Rust sweat by any means of the definition, but if it came down to having like a 2 versus 2 server, I would sweat my ass off. Just to be a dick. Because how Rust works is the company that manages Rust has mandatory wipes during updates and stuff, so it'll reset all of your progress. There's no real end goal of Rust other than survive as long, like survive and build more stuff. And it's not like a once you die, you're done. You can respawn, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Oh my god, dude. Huh. Especially if we made it a 10x server. Oh man. 10x is basically, it's 10 times as much loot as normal. A 10x server, you can like build mega bases so quickly. Like ridiculously quickly. Like you'll have, if you're playing on an actual Rust server and it's 10x, you'll run into nakeds with AKs and stuff. And AKs are like AKs are a higher tier weapon. You'll run into people, like you'll run into nakeds who just like fresh spawned nakeds with AKs. And it's insane. 10x servers. another big problem on 10x servers is you'll have really, really shitty, just absolute pieces of shit who will fucking throw the biggest hissy fits if you like raid them on a 10x server. It's like, dude, it's 10x server. Half the shit we stole from you can get back in like an hour. All right. If you go and raid someone else, you can get all your shit back super quickly. But I fucking, oh man, I love Rust. Fucking have Rust anymore, but it's not important.
What do you mean you don't have Rust anymore?
I had, well, let me rephrase. I didn't have Rust. I had a buddy who had Rust, but he doesn't have Rust anymore. So now I can't play Rust at his place. Stupid. Then I was, oh my god, when I went to Mets one time, a guy had on his Xbox, he had on the Xbox, on his Xbox account, he had Rust. So he signed in his Xbox account. He's like, yo, you want to play Rust with me? I was like, fuck yeah, I want to play Rust. They had 2 Xboxes, so he signed into his buddy's account, let me use it, and he signed into his account, and I used it. And I fucking, like, he is already pretty decently set up. He's like, yeah, we're X amount of days into this wipe, and I want a tugboat. I went, cool, I'm going to go get you a tugboat. You know what the really shitty part about it is? I found every single tugboat on the server, and every single one of them had already been claimed. Huh. I told him I was gonna I told him I was gonna hunt down where those tugboats were, and I did. I hunted down every single tugboat on that server, but some dickhead had gone there, and I'm pretty sure it was the same dude, because there was nothing inside the tugboat, it was just all the doors were on it, other than one of them he had stuff in. So I'm convinced it was the same guy just going around claiming tugboats. And he didn't have any C4 or any like raiding materials, and I was not going to sit there and Ioka raid a metal door. Absolutely not. I wanted to. Oh man, that would have been great. Fucking Ioka raiding a tugboat. Yeah, like I also know some of the like decent level strats for tugboats. What you do is you make it so the door opens I think it's opens inwards, and then you build like because you can't put certain things inside it, so you can't put up walls, but you can put up certain like decorative items and stuff, and you put those up to make a makeshift wall, so when the door gets open, someone can't like immediately run inside and like not run inside, sorry, can't immediately like start shooting you. You create like a little barrier, so yeah, you have to go around that barrier to get out, but it makes it harder for someone to just sit there and shoot you once that door opens. So maybe they shoot you, but while you're getting shot, you can close the door. And now they can't get inside. And I can see it now. Fucking day before the wipe, we decided to raid their base. All the fucking tugboats just converging on their base. All of us just autistically yelling. Fucking recreating the Normandy invasion.
Hey, we gotta follow. Oh, shit.
Let's go.
Lindsay,
it's 'cause I talked about Rust.
Welcome to the follow. Thank you for the follow.
Ooh, yeah. Like a fucking Tusken Raider. Yeah, no, Rust is that's so good.
I get the appeal of survival games, survival crafter games like Rust and Don't Starve. I get the appeal of those games.
Rockstar,
They're just
Jay-Z, yeah.
they're just not my kind of thing. If I want a survival crafter game, I'm just gonna go ahead and play Minecraft.
Well, the reason I like Rust is one, Rust has guns. And two, Rust doesn't have like, it has natural spawning enemies, like there's bears and boars and stuff. But like, let's say zombies in Minecraft, there's really no reason to kill zombies. Rotten flesh has like no use to it.
Yeah.
Like,
They need to add more hostile mobs that aren't like zombies and skeletons. They should add like bears and lions and tigers. Oh my.
Well, bears and tigers and lions. Oh my.
Yeah.
But like, I understand like skeletons are good, in my opinion, a good enemy because you can farm the fuck out of them.
Yeah, and bone meal is good for farming.
Farms. Oh yeah. Like every world you have, once you get a skeleton farm set up, food isn't an issue anymore. And I also think it's hilarious that I 9 times out of 10 am like 90% vegetarian/vegan during Minecraft. Because I'll just set up a carrot and a gold farm, because golden carrots are like one of the best foods in the game, other than like suspicious stew, because golden carrots have the second highest saturation behind behind suspicious stew made with, I'm pretty sure, like daisies or something.
Yeah.
But yeah. Once you have a carrot farm and a gold farm and a skeleton farm, you are set when it comes to food. And now that they have that crafter, like the auto crafter block thing, I really want to set up three farms right next to each other. That's just a carrot farm, bone meal farm, and a gold farm, which you can't sadly do because you have to have, the gold farms are in the nether, which is where like the piglins and shit are.
Yeah.
But I would love to link them up somehow and just have an automatic golden carrot farm.
I need to play Minecraft. I haven't played since the last big update.
Well, so they added a bunch of stuff from the Minecraft movie. And when I say a bunch of stuff, they had like 3 things, I think.
Yeah.
There's an add-on though that's from the Minecraft movie that adds like a new villager that trades spears and battle axes, and the bucket chucks, as well as like the main villain's staff and the orb of dominance that you can turn into like a cool little ranged magic staff that blows stuff up. And ever since I got, because it's a free add-on, ever since I got that add-on, I've had that on all of my worlds. My biggest complaint with it is that the spear doesn't have a reticle like the bow. Yeah. So when you throw it, you have to get used to the throwing pattern. But dude, if you're lucky, you can get a villager with like a netherite battle axe, and they trade for like 30 emeralds. So you can get netherite before you even you can get a netherite weapon before even stepping foot in the nether. I've
never once gotten anything netherite. I've never put, the 2-week phase has never lasted long enough to get to. I mean, I've gotten to the nether because there have been builds during the 2-week phase where I'm like, oh, I need the crimson and the two wood fungus. Yeah. There have been builds that require that wood or various other nether blocks, but it's never lasted long enough to where, okay, I need to get like other materials from the nether.
Yeah. Well, so another cool thing about the Minecraft movie mod, not the add-on. It's not a mod technically. It's official and it's from Minecraft. The cool thing about it is it adds two mini bosses, Mogulash or whatever, the main bad guy, and Great Hog, and they spawn in the Nether. Great Hog drops netherite armor. Unenchanted, but netherite armor nonetheless. So I'm like maybe 10 days into my Minecraft world. Like 10 IRL days is how long I've been doing it.
Yeah.
If that. And I have a full netherite set of armor with decent durability on it. I'm just gonna try to snag some mending books from some structures and then just throw mending on it. Of course, I also play with another add-on called the Dragon Light add-on, which adds tameable dragons that you can fly with, and it makes long-distance travel so much easier and so much better.
Yeah.
And they have armor sets based off of each dragon. I'm currently using one of them, like a full, because when you wear a full set of any of the dragon armors, you get a random, you get like a random potion effect. And the one I'm using is fire resistance, so it's slightly less armor value than diamond, like it's half an armor value less than diamond, but you get fire protection 3. So I'll take fire protection 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll sacrifice half a point of armor protection for something like fire protection. I'd make that
Not
deal.
just fire protection. Yeah. Fire prot 3. That's a damn good deal. Another one gives you feather falling, so like you will I don't think it gives you feather falling exactly, but you don't take fall damage with it. So like, it's kind of sick. And one of the buddies I have on that world, he uses it. And dude, he'll be right, because dragons don't take fall damage either, as far as I know. So he'll be riding his dragon at like I think above world height sometimes, and he'll just jump off. Zog, you're live. What's up, buddy?
What's going on?
Oh, we just racing and talked about Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Mince raft.
Yeah, you know, it's actually, I kind of like it. It's kind of cool having that add-on. It does allow you to like super quickly get a pretty OP set of armor without going mining once. But counterpoint, the armor's technically not as good as diamond, but it's better in some senses. And the cool thing is, one of the types of dragons does spawn in the Nether, so unless you make a big enough portal, you can obviously take the dragons through it, but then gas can get into the overworld, and that's always a problem.
Yeah.
I just tamed one of the dragons in the Nether, and did you know saddles are craftable in Minecraft now with leather and iron?
Maybe I did. I'm not sure. Probably not though.
Yeah.
What are we playing tonight,
But
boys?
We'd be
he's iRacing.
Yeah, I'm iRacing.
He's being lame.
All right, then I'm gonna play Halo and stream it for you.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and the dragon add-on that I have also includes saddles sold by villagers for 1 emerald, which sounds kind of like a scam, kind of a little bit, because you can just make it with iron, but you can also, once again, you can like, once you have a decent way of getting emeralds, you can just get boatloads of, you can get, at that point, infinite saddles.
What just happened?
And I'm fine by that, because there's like 7 different types of dragons, and I have 2 of each type of dragons because then you can breed the dragons.
Why can I not hear Cam?
I can't hear Cam either.
I'm talking.
Oh.
Thing kept lighting up.
Oh, it's probably because I'm watching a YouTube video.
You're not even watching the stream on streaming?
Nah, dog. I can't play Halo, so I'm not gonna watch you play Halo. That hurts. Hurts my soul.
He literally just said, alright, bet.
Yeah, well, I lied. Boo, boo.
No one is joined.
Womp, womp, womp.
That's disappointing.
I'm trying to convince Shane that we should start a Wolfpack Rust server and do like 2 teams. And just fuck with each other.
Let's do 7 Days to Die instead.
I like 7 Days to Die. My only problem with 7 Days to Die is all of the like weird zombie types, and I haven't played it in so long that I don't know what the game's like now.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that I'm gonna play it how it is now and not like it.
Well, when was the last time you played it?
Fuck, dude, I played 7 Days to Die like a long time ago. I'm gonna look up a video by a YouTuber because I played it shortly after I saw that YouTube video. Just to gauge how long ago it would have been. 7 Days to Die. Fuck, it would have, dude. It was like 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah, 11 minus 3. No. Which video was it? It was their last video. Yeah, it was about 6 years ago.
How long ago?
About 6 years ago.
Copy that. Let's do this. Show me the money, baby.
Okay.
So it's been a minute since I played it, and what I remember from said YouTuber of their most recent video that I watched, it changed substantially since I played it. And I don't know if I'm gonna like the way it is now.
It takes some getting used to if you're going from that far back, from what I've been told.
I mean, like, one of the big reasons I like Rust, partially, is it's so easy. And it's so simple. And the base building's kind of sick. Because I kind of like a bit of the quote-unquote realism of Rust, where like you can build these mega bases, but like Minecraft, you're limited by a height, like a build limit height.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Rust, you can find the highest peak and build I think the max you can build is like a 20-story building, and you can build that at world at like the highest point in the world. Have a 20-story high building, and then you can go to the lowest point of the world, and you'll still only be able to get 20 stories high, because it's based off of like integrity of the building. And with the materials you have access to in Rust, even like some of the higher quality materials, you're not going to be able to get higher than like a 20-story building out of that, if that. And that's still pushing kind of the limits of building. Minecraft, fuck, you can build a 250 block fucking like 1,000-story building. That's like 4 blocks by 4 blocks, you know?
You could build a giant telescope in the sky, unsupported by anything.
Yeah, exactly. Rust, you at least have to have like a certain percentage of your foundation actually touching the ground. And in Rust, you can't just like break the environment to build around it. You have to not to build around it. You can't break it and build whatever you want. You have to build around the environmental restraints, like mountains and shit.
Okay,
which is kind of cool because I feel it creates a bit more creativity. Whereas Minecraft, if you don't like exactly how something is, you can change it.
Traffic on exit.
Whereas Rust, you kind of have to go, well, that's how it is. Let me now be constructive and work around the problem.
Still there. Clear left.
And I just like Rust trap bases because they're fucking hilarious. There's a build item called not called an elevator, like I'm explaining something new, but there's an elevator in the game that when the platform moves down and someone's under it, it instantly kills them. And you can like hook it up to buttons on the wall and shit. So what one guy did is he built a airlock, so 2 doors into the base, and he had the elevator in between. So someone would come in, he'd have the elevator in his base, he'd close the main door and then fucking drop the elevator on him. And I think that's kind of funny. Yeah, and shotgun. The shotgun, I like the turrets and shit. Those are cool.
Mic check, mic check. No response.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, how's racing going?
Well, I just got into a practice for the ARCA at Lime Rock, the road course, because my attempt to run Gen 4s at Kansas, no one joined that race, so now I'm just trying to figure out how the racing has been, but no one's responding on the radio.
No one joined because road courses suck ass.
No, there's a lot of people in the road course. I'm talking about the Kansas race that I tried running.
Shut up, bitch.
You didn't even listen to a single word I said, did you?
I did not. I just wanted to mock you. So I heard you say lots of people in road course, and I just went. Yeah, no, definitely a job. I would be interested in 7 Days to Die. That would be fun.
Bet.
No, I can't use that. Oh, there's it's not bad. Yeah, that'd be muy interesante, Ame.
Bet.
I'd have to get 7 Days to Die on Steam though. How much does it cost?
Oh, motherfucker.
Hello? Laz?
You would understand why I'm upset.
If I watched your stream,
Yeah.
How much does 7 Days to Die cost on Steam?
Oh shit, I don't know. I think it's like 25 to 30 bucks.
20? Fuck me sideways.
How much is Rust?
Rust is cheap as
The
shit.
exit is clear. Get what you can.
Yeah, it's on sale right now.
Damn.
I think it's like
You got traffic behind. Be careful here.
so what the fuck? Why is it? God damn it, I don't want to sign into my fucking Steam account. Buh. So, oh, holy shit, Rust is expensive now. It's almost $40 fucking, but it's on sale a lot.
Yeah.
How much does 7 Days to Die cost on Steam?
On your left. Clear on your left.
So Rust is currently, not Rust, Daisy is currently on sale on Steam for 40% off, and it's still $26. So, fuck, they have settlements in Rust, not Rust, in 7 Days to Die now?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Dude, I miss the old days of just like abandoned cities that you could steal a house in and make that your base.
That's still there.
Really?
Yeah. The settlement's the trading post.
Oh, fuck, okay.
On the right. Clear on the right. Go, go, go. Car to your right.
Dude, that
You're
would
clear
be
right.
sick as shit to do a little... Oh, dude, if we did Rust... Not Rust. God damn it, I don't know why I keep saying Rust. If we did DayZ as like a... like... group
You mean
thing...
7 days?
7 days, yeah. How many people can you have play 7 Days to Die, like, on the same
D18
world?
Server?
Server,
You'd
yeah.
have to set up a server. I think you can have... I don't know. It just depends on... It just depends on how on the connections and everything. But up to unlimited.
The official maximum numbers of players supported in 7 Days to Die is 8. However, it can be configured to support 12 before performance may degrade.
The exit's clear. Go, go, go.
Well, here's the
servers
real
may-
question about making a 7 Days to Die or a
Contact
Rust
just
server
done
for that matter.
115.15.
How many people on both Wolfpack and Strange Animals and my own server even play Rust or would want to play Rust or 7
Just
Days?
done off 119.03.
That's the real question.
That's fair. Counter argument, Shane. We could do it as a
Quick
stream
lap for
thing.
Ryan, 55.57.
And like we could set up, because you can play not on a server but multiplayer.
Oh yeah.
And I think like just straight up multiplayer, you can play with like 8 people. So we wouldn't even have to set up a server. What we could just do is get together, like, not even, it doesn't have to be 8 people, but like definitely me. Zaz seems like he would definitely do it. You, couple other people, and then just have them. We can reoccurringly play it.
I'd be totally down for that.
And hear me out. First thing we'd need to do is take over a house in like a small town, and then work on walling off that small town.
Sector on your right. Clear right.
Because that would be fucking sick. Do they still have those stupid ass climbing zombies? That
Right side. Clear on your right. Right side. Clear on the right side.
Not walls. All right. They have the spiders that jump.
Okay. But you can build a wall that they can't jump over, so.
They'll just break through it.
I understand they'll break through it. I know that's a possibility. Mm-hmm. But would you rather have us live in one house all together and have them break into that singular house, or work on building like
1.5 off the pace,
three or four walls that they'd have to break through first before then having to break into our houses?
I just do a killing corridor.
That would be the point, yes.
Like, I know the block geometry enough that I can create
what we could do, because most of those small town houses are like 2 stories.
Watch your right, stay right.
We could build bridges in between each other's houses.
Left side, clear on the left side.
So that way, like, we could all have our own house, but like they're also connected. Be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Hang on, I'm fighting the flood.
Right side clear.
D23, sector 3 is 1.4 off the pace.
Hang on.
That was unintentional yawn that I did a little shtick for.
Little shtick.
Oh yeah, that's why I did the.
Got some traffic on this exit. Watch your mirrors.
Yeah, no, definitely. That'd be fucking, like, I can see it now. Just build like a cool little town. Have like 1 or 2 entryways that are like nice little choke points. Do like 3 or 4 walls just to separate us from them. That'd be pretty neat. And then whenever we get bored, we could just kill Shane. You know?
I want to build a zombie chopper.
The fuck is a zombie chopper?
It chops up zombies.
Oh. I assumed you meant like chopper as in like helicopter and or motorcycle. That's boring. So you want to build like a machete basically?
No. A machine that chops up zombies.
Oh fuck, that's oh my god, that's fucking weird. Even better than building the wall, Zayaz, dig a moat.
Yeah.
Yeah, dig a moat around this entire town. Although I don't think it does.
Ryan, 55.
It does things. Oh, they could tunnel under our houses though, couldn't they?
Yes.
Fuck. I'd rather them tunnel under our houses than, dig through our walls, so. by the time they get funneled to our house, it's probably gonna be daytime anyways. And they get buffed during nighttime, don't they?
You're good, dude.
Yeah, but we can set that however we want.
Oh. Sick. I like the mode idea. And little fun fact, so I don't know if you guys are like big into that HBO Last of Us show.
No.
Played the game, haven't seen the show.
Car left.
Okay, well,
Left side
during
clear.
the show, you remember Jackson from the games, right?
Yeah.
Vaguely.
We hear you!
Okay, that's the town that Tommy, Joel's brother is.
You there?
So in the show, they have to defend Jackson from a like big ass mob
Can you hear him?
of infected. So they have little wooden log walls, which is fine. But instead of doing one of my personal favorite things, so basically what you do is you dig a trench and then you use the excess dirt to put behind the trench as a wall. And basically what you've now done is you've now created a defense that basically doubles as both a trench and a wall, which is great for defending, which would be great for defending against, for example, mindless zombies. And would personally be what I recommend, because what you could do is, instead of them wasting all the logs on that wall, yes, they could still have that log wall, but what they could do is build a secondary quote-unquote wall, dig a deep trench slash moat,
1.2 seconds.
I'd
Off the
say
pace.
probably around 7-8 feet deep, and then use the
Stay
logs
left,
to
clear to
line a
go
wall
right.
towards the side closest to the town, and then use
Right
that
side,
dirt to
clear
build a
right,
mound
car
on
right.
the other
You're
side
clear
of
right.
the log wall, which now creates an elevated position. And as we saw, fire was fairly effective against them. And what that would allow you to do is when you have this big wave of infected coming at you, they would all fall and hopefully get stuck in said. I would put in like punji sticks and stuff that would get them stuck in there. And then now you have basically a pit that they're all stuck in there. You can just fucking barbacoa them.
Okay, got one coming out of the pit.
And even better, because it's of the situation it's in, you could build drawbridge, like a drawbridge to cross. Boom, you know? That'd be a way better form of defense than just a log wall that was so weakly made that one singular bloater was able to break the wall down. Because if you watch the show, even though it's an entire mob of infected, the wall is broken down by a singular bloater.
Right side, clear in the right. Go, go,
And
go.
I did also hate, at one point, Tommy goes, hold, fire. When they're using, like, they're not using muskets, they're using, like, shotguns, ARs, and marks, like, hunting
Exit's clear,
rifles
watch
with
the
scopes
line.
on them. So, like, they're using long-range weapons. Obviously, if they were smarter, what they would do is, because they're mostly using buckshot, have the shotgun guys worry about the zombies that are nearest the wall, and then have your guys with the ARs be kind of like the guys in the middle area, and then have your marksmans kind of just picking off problem ones and ones in the further back. 'Cause that would make the most sense, you know? But that would take strategy and intelligence. And it's HBO, and we know they don't have that.
No.
But yeah. And also, if you dig, like I said, a trench, you can put punji sticks in there. Punji sticks are an amazing thing to use, even on like the undead, because people get stuck on that shit. Like it or not, whether or not, you know, they may not be able to feel pain or whatever, if you have a giant stick that impales you, you know, it's not as easily to just stand up like your leg was cut off and walk away from it. Because you have something that's physically stopping you from full range of movement. That's just personally what I would do, but you know, what do I know? I mean, Shane, which sounds like a smarter idea? Wall made out of logs that was able to be breached by a singular infected, or digging a big giant pit, because it's been shown that the infected don't really like scale large scale things. They can climb over certain obstacles and stuff in the games, but like they're not like climbing over big concrete walls like the walls they have in quarantine zones. So which seems more intelligent, having a singular wooden wall that was breached by a singular zombie, or
Sector 1 is 1.1
digging
off the
a
pace.
pit that they probably won't be able to climb out of very easily unless, you know, they climb over each other, which is a possibility but wasn't shown, so we can't say for a matter of fact whether or not they would do the World War Z meme and stack up on each other to climb out, you know? And then
Probably the moat.
Yeah, but then on top of that, let's say it's 8 feet deep. You're also extending the height of it by using that 8 feet of dirt to build a mound that is walled off to maintain that mound from being like not dug out by the infected, but like rustled loose. So now, I'm not gonna say do anything crazy and say it's gonna be exactly 8 feet. Let's go 1.5 feet lower, so it's 8 feet plus 6.5 feet, so 14.5 feet tall. Nothing is climbing that on its own. And it's going to take significantly more zombies or infected to climb over that rather than their wall, which was over 14 feet tall, by the way. And it'd be a much better use of resources, because if they did the wall the same way they did that, where they just had logs side by side by side by side along the entire way,
P39.
and then reinforced it with logs holding those logs together, typically you would probably want to do it in like an X pattern instead of just straight, because it's a little bit more surface area, triangle, strongest shape in nature, blah 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 blah. It would create a very, very good defensive position, and as secondary defensives, build walls
clear.
that
Don't cross the
funnel
line.
the infected. You know?
Yeah.
Because what's better to shoot at? A large group of things or 6 lines of things?
Probably 6 lines.
Yeah, because now all of your targets are in a in a closer cluster. Sure, there's, you know, more clusters, but those clusters are closer compacted, because even though they're a hive mind, they'll still run into each other to kill something. And then now you can have your guards grouped up to focus on specific areas. Hey, easternmost part of the wall, you focus on the easternmost funnel. Westernmost part, you focus on the westernmost section. The one directly in the middle, you focus on the one directly in the middle. The ones in between, you focus on the one directly in front of you, you know? It just creates a bit more cohesion. Sure, once they get out of those fatal funnels, they're going to start kind of spreading out a bit more, but you still have that area where you can focus fire on for the start of it.
Yeah.
And they had those like barrels of gasoline or whatever that they, you know, lit on fire. I would be more of a Molotov cocktail man myself rather than one big ass barrel, because then you can kind of find bigger groupings of them to throw it at.
Yeah.
Also, I wouldn't want to use Molotov cocktails or any incendiary in general, because you have a wooden wall. So you really don't want a flaming infected multiple flaming infecteds running at your wall made of wood, which I don't know if you know this, Shane, but what is wood?
Nice week. Flammable.
Yeah. You're now officially smarter than 90% of, no, 100% of the people who built that wall.
Yay.
Congratulations. You figured out that wood. You figured out that wood fucking burns. And not only that, they're standing on top of that wooden wall that could potentially catch fire, increasing the chances of casualties. If you want to light them on fire further away so they're far more likely to die before they get to you. Don't light them on fire directly in front of your wall. And then, after the whole big skirmish is done and it's just a couple stragglers that, like, maybe someone shot out both their legs so they're just crawling, you do it like the Spartans. You have a first row with, you know, shields and swords to engage any that might still be standing up, or, you know, some sort of improvised shield and some sort of sharpened object like a machete or some shit. I'd personally just give them some sort of, like, makeshift spear, and then have guys behind them with longer spears, referred to often as pikes, behind them to be able to give supporting jabs. And then if you really want to, you could have a third group behind them like the Spartans did, where their only job is to take a stick with a metal point on the end and just stab dudes on the ground.
Just run up 56.95.
Confirming kills. You know, that would be the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is Hollywood doesn't want people making smart choices, because if they're overly smart, it becomes less entertaining because they're too successful. That's the problem with zombie things as entertainment, is the whole premise of zombies is very simple, where if you're not a functional retard, you can figure out how to beat zombies fairly effectively.
Mm-hmm.
That's why most zombie literature now has, like, special zombies. Ones that are faster, ones that are stronger, ones that hive minds, like Left 4 Dead, not Left 4 Dead. The Last of Us, there we go. I don't know why I kept thinking Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead. In The Last of Us, the fungus in the cordyceps fungus that infects all the infected creates like a hive mind. And that's how the attack on Jackson happened, is because they were renovating something and there was pipes that they were getting out, and when they were removing it, someone like cut the fungus with a circular saw, and the infected went, oh my god, there's people over there, sick. And just every infected for 100 miles just fucking bum rushed that town. Like Jackson, the town in Last of Us,
Yeah.
very well defendable place. You could defend that place pretty nicely. My biggest problem was the fact that after the wall fell, Tommy went into the streets with flamethrowers, because that's what you want to do around your buildings, most of which are made out of flammable materials like drywall, wood, you know, not concrete and steel. No. Flammable buildings. That's what you want to do, is run around flamethrowing zombies. I'm just gonna call them zombies. I'm not gonna call them fucking infected. Flamethrowing zombies in the middle of your town for them to get lit on fire and run around like chickens with their head cut off, potentially lighting those buildings on fire. Or alternatively, your flamethrower implement gets overwhelmed, and now you have a dude shooting a flamethrower who is getting attacked by an infected, who, because fine motor function is a bitch, might, instead of, you know, dropping the flamethrower and switching to his pistol, might get attacked and clench down even harder on the trigger of his flamethrower while he's falling down, and potentially either A, burn other people, or B, light a building on fucking fire. I'd also like to point out they didn't use any of the cars as like barricades. They could have easily moved the cars into the street to act as some sort of barricade. Sure, it wouldn't have been perfect because I'm sure the infected zombies, whatever, would have just climbed over them. But what they could have done is, I can't believe I'm pointing to The Walking Dead as doing something right, but in The Walking Dead, when they were in the prison, they had a bus that they used as a barricade. That one side had like sheet metal just welded onto the side. If in The Last of Us, Tommy's town had done something like that, that could have been like a pretty decent barricade to use. Is a mobile vehicle that has one side fully up armored with some sort of sheet metal to act as like a barricade. That'd be pretty fucking smart.
Yeah.
And something that I would implement if I were in that same scenario. I'd be like, fuck yeah, take that pickup truck and just put some barricades on it and then park it here. So that way, at the very least, the infected have to kind of go around. Like, Shane, I'm not even that big into fucking zombie movie shit, and I'm figured that shit out pretty quickly. I think the only zombie TV shows I've watched is I liked Z Nation for a little bit. That was after I watched The Walking Dead and was disappointed with The Walking Dead.
Never
for
even
some
heard
reason,
of it.
Z Nation, it came out because of The Walking Dead.
Yeah, Walking Dead just... there are a lot of shows that came out because of The Walking Dead.
Yeah. And the whole point of Z Nation was basically to be like this studio's version of The Walking Dead. And then, of course, just like The Walking Dead, Z Nation not only got weird, it got really fucking weird. Where, like, so the whole premise of the show is there's a guy who was being experimented on with a cure. He got bit a couple of times and he never turned. Well, partway through the series, he starts being able to, like, control zombies. Like, get them to, like, move their hands and shit the way he is and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then eventually he's able to like bite people and they become zombies that he can like, well, not zombies, half humans, that he can like control the minds of. So like they're effectively zombies, but they don't like, I don't believe them biting you turns you into a zombie. I could be wrong, or it could be the exact opposite where like if they bite you, you turn, but if the main guy, his name's Murphy, if he bites you, you turn into one of the zombie hybrids that's still human, like you don't decay and shit. So you're still alive, like your body's not decaying. And then at one point, like they fucking go to this like super town, kind of like the Commonwealth in The Walking Dead, where like
The track temp is 114
place they went to
Fahrenheit.
now.
Air temp is 80.
Where
Yeah, I
like,
think
number
it's
17.
Commonwealth.
no, it's not it's the place where like all those government people went and like they have like they have
Oh,
the
Alexandria?
ARs with, like not Alexandria, no. They have like the ARs with like the two little bayonet things on them. They're really
I
weird.
think that is the Commonwealth.
I don't think that's the Commonwealth.
I don't know. I stopped watching after, like, during the Whispers.
Rolling start here. Stay behind number 4.
No, that's not the Commonwealth. TWD.
Base speed is 50 miles per hour.
Season 11.
Alright, catch up to number 4.
There we go.
The Civic Republic Military, CRM. That's who I was thinking of. So basically, they go to a place like the CRM. It's like super. It's kind of like sci-fi almost, and it's really weird. And then after that, I kind of stopped watching it. But like they did something cool in Z Nation where like they went to Area 50. So part of the shtick of Z Nation is like they go to Philadelphia, and then they end up like through kind of like not intentionally but indirectly they do something, and the that ends up causing the Liberty Bell to get destroyed. And then the reoccurring joke was they're like, if anyone asks, we were never in Philadelphia, you know, stuff like that.
Car number 4.
And it's kind of just a funny reoccurring shtick where like they'll go to like the fucking Mount Rushmore, for example.
Check your switches, get
and
ready.
like Mount Rushmore will get blown up, and they're like, if anyone asks, we've never been to Mount Rushmore. Ha ha ha. And it's funny. Or like we were nowhere near Mount Rushmore, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a funny reoccurring thing. But then, anyways, so when they go to like this weird sci-fi place, they want to use Murphy to give them like immortality or whatever by
Stay
creating
right.
these like human zombie
Hold
hybrids
your
where they
line.
maintain everything about being
Hold
human,
your
but they
line.
just don't die because they don't age.
You're clear left side.
And then it
Clear
just
left.
turns them all into zombies and fucks up this Coolio
On the
place.
left. They're still there.
I say Coolio, but it's like really weird.
Still there. Hold your line. Clear to your left.
Yeah, it's just, and it's cool. It was a cool little thing
There's a
to
wreck
watch
engine.
for a while.
It looks like it's
I probably would
Jacob.
rewatch
Left
it,
side.
especially
Clear
anytime
on the
soon.
left.
Thanks, 13.
Dude, you turned right across my fucking nose. What do you want me to do? Stop and let
Yeah.
you go by me?
So, Z Nation, Walking Dead.
Hey, Cyrano, welcome.
Hey, Cyrano.
Next car
And,
is car number 7.
Some of the last. That's Shane Griffin.
Yeah.
There's an accident in
Damn.
I thought you
Big
said.
Ben. I
thought you said
Shaw.
who is Cyrano. I'm like, it's Shane
And what up,
Griffin.
Irina?
Oh. Shane is Cyrano's love monkey. One might say boy toy.
I would not
One
put it
might
like
say-
that.
One might say boy toy, but I would not
You
be
talk
that
in front of me,
close.
buddy.
But boy toy.
Toy of the boy variety.
Yeah. Yes, one could say that, couldn't they,
There's an
Shane?
incident in West Bend. It looks like
in a way, yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah, so I'm not like one of those fucking nerd geeks where like I know everything about fucking zombie movies and oh my god, blah blah blah. I don't know, like I think it's Day of the Dead or whatever was like the first zombie movie. I think it was like George Romero or whatever who made that.
Sorry,
I think it was Night of the Living Dead.
Night of the Living Dead, yeah, and it was I think George Romero.
Yes.
About zombies,
3.
which is cool. I like that because I just thought George Romero was a good director. I have seen Night of the Living Dead. That's a good movie. They're coming for you, Barbara. Fucking love that quote. That's funny as
My
shit.
bad, 4.
But yeah, so I'm by no means like a fucking zombie lore nerd. I've also
Fucking
watched World War
girls.
Z. I read the World War Z books after watching
Check
the
your
movie
left.
because a guy
Your
that
left.
I watch his podcast called Unsub Podcast. It's great. His name's Donut Operator. Cody is his actual name. He has a World War Z sleeve, and he talks about how the movie fucking sucked. And I watched the movie, I was like, oh, it wasn't that bad. Read the book, the World War Z book, I'm like, holy fuck, the movie sucked. Basically, here's how World War Z as a movie got created.
I've read,
There's
a
I've
wreck
read
in
it and
6.
seen it.
It looks like
Yeah, they had Brad
Stay
Pitt.
focused.
They were making a zombie movie, and then they got the rights to World War Z, and were like, cool. We're just gonna turn, we're just gonna put World War
There's
Z
a
as
wreck
the
in
title of this
the
Brad Pitt
left-hander.
zombie movie we were already gonna make anyways. And then
Next
they
car is
absolutely
car number
so
9.
for those of you who haven't read World War Z, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, it's been a hot minute since I've read it. Basically, it's like almost short stories. Of
Yeah,
like
it's a
all these
collection
different.
of short stories.
Yeah, it's a collection of short stories
There's
of
an
like
accident
people's
in
perspectives
turn
of
4.
how
I think it
like,
might
what
be
happened
the-
with them during World War Z. during the zombie apocalypse. There's like
There's a wreck.
I think there's like an attachment of like Ranger regiments, there's some Navy scuba divers, stuff like that, nurses, stuff like that.
It's basically, it's supposed to be like almost like a sequel to his first book.
Still there. Clear on your right.
E12. Got behind you now. 0.24.
Zombie Survival Guide.
Oh, son of a...
There's an incident in Big Ben. I think it might be Jacob.
Is Zombie Survival Guide the one that's just like telling you like all these cool survival tactics in case of the zombie apocalypse?
Yes.
Clear right.
Okay, I have read it then. Yeah, so World War Z, here's how I like to describe World War Z in the book. If you were to adapt it into film, it is the perfect book to make into a mini-series. Have each episode be one person's story, and then at the end, if you want to, have them all meet up. Because do they meet up and interact with each other in the book? I don't remember.
I don't either. It's all from the perspective of like one of this journalist.
Yeah, right. It's the journalist who's just retelling their story.
Next guy ahead of us is Jacob, car number 14.
So what I would do if you did a film adaptation, you don't want to do it like exactly how the book did it.
14.
The best way to do it is have them all like meet up in like some sort of compound, and at the end, it's basically you find out it's just them sitting around a campfire telling their stories, and that'd be like kind of a cool way to end it off.
Turn 4. Looks like it's.
And if you really want to throw the journalist in there, you could have him be like kind of sitting there writing all this down and be like, "This is great, guys. This is gonna make a great article." You know, boom.
Yeah.
I just did a better fucking. I just did World War Z better justice than
it looks like the
fucking Brad Pitt did.
Yeah.
There's a
Damn, Gavin, what happened?
The movie was absolute shit.
That is what it should. If you honestly, as far as I'm concerned, if you remove it as a World War Z movie, it's a decent movie. It's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. There are worse movies out there. Now,
it's how I see Force Awakens.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a good movie if it wasn't Star Wars.
Correct.
Now, with the whole World War Z miniseries, everyone who's read World War Z, I guarantee you, would love to see that as like as the adaptation, because that is what it should have been.
Car ahead of us is
just this like
9
mini-series. Each episode is, however long, whatever, and then maybe at the end you find out, hey, they're all in some sort of like compound. Kind of do what TWD, The Walking Dead, these graphic novels did at the end of the book, where like they're living in like not necessarily like a cohesive society with the zombies, but like they're living in a society that is now advanced enough that like zombies are just part of daily life, and you just kind of live with it.
Yeah.
They've got it much more under control. It's not, zombies aren't necessarily as big of a deal. They basically just become what bears are to us.
Now. 2.8 seconds.
Could rock through fucking shit if it wanted to.
There's a wreck.
It's just not an
Turn
issue
4. Looks like
anymore.
it's Michael.
Also, I'd like to point out, if zombies were became a thing in the world today, I guarantee you the world would be the exact same as it is right now.
Yeah.
Your boss would just be like, hey, got a couple zombies in the parking lot. Greg,
there's an
you're on
accident
zombie duty.
Left-hander.
Throws him like a hammer. Here you go, buddy. And then people would show up to work and they just go, yeah, man, there was a couple zombies in the road, slowed me down a little bit. Just had to clean it up,
Got that back.
Had to wait a couple extra hours because, the zombie thing
There's an incident in
took a
Big
little bit
Ben.
of time.
It looks like
there.
Jacob.
Sorry, man.
Fuck! God, no! Damn it. Fuck.
It'd basically be the same excuses like, yeah, my, flat tire on the way to work today. Shucks.
We're gonna need to pit for repairs here.
It would become such a not. It would just become such like a non-issue so quickly.
We're done.
300 feet.
I don't think so.
100
Oh,
feet.
dude, I know so. Oh my god. Dude,
No.
we would have like zombie gladiator fights. I guarantee it'd become a sport.
You got traffic behind.
Dude,
Watch
have
out.
guys in, like you'd have
There's a
like
wreck in.
rich
Big bin.
fucking dudes in Texas who would have like zombie ranches where rich people could go hunt zombies.
The car in front is Kyle. Car number 10.
We'd find some fucking way to like market zombies where like we'd have like some sort of like zombie reality TV show or like zombie documentaries.
Survivor, but it's a bunch of zombies.
Yeah. And the worst part is, you know for a fact, all those like liberal arts college students would protest and say that zombies deserve rights too, and shit like that. 100%. They'd be like, zombies should have the right to vote, to eat our brains. They're humans too. They're people too. I would love that because I'd just like fuck with them and I'd go up to like a zoo where we have zombies in the enclosure and I'd be like, hey, Mr. Zombie, do you think you should get the right
Left,
to vote?
clear left.
And you just go, I want to eat your brains. And I'd be like, see? I'm like, hey, Zombie, what's your current opinion on the geopolitical relations between Russia and Ukraine? And they go,
There's a wreck in. The left-hander. I think it might be Michael.
and they see, that motherfucker got nothing going on. Shit, you'd probably still have to work after you
E15.
were a
Nice and
zombie.
smooth. Let the race come to us.
Just strap a fucking muzzle to your mouth and send you to work. Kevin, dude, stop trying to eat Becky from HR. None of us like her, but you can't fucking eat her, dude. Come on. Just get back to work and sit like fucking Shaun of the Dead. Have him doing like fucking wipeout obstacle courses and shit. That's 100% what would happen, Zaz.
Oh, I don't.
Gap to second behind now. 2.5 sec. 2 laps ahead.
Hold on. Hang on. I'm getting ganged up on by grunts and ghosts, and I just died.
Fuck, there's a decent chance they'd probably use like the fermentation process of zombies to create a beer.
E14.
Like they say, like sometimes you gotta wait.
I
for
was
the other guy to
thinking
make a
more of
mistake.
like a sustainable fuel source.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah,
but
I was being
you know
patient.
that wouldn't
That one
last because
laptop
people would
fucked me
say
up pretty
human
bad.
rights violations.
There's an accident
blah,
in
blah, 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 blah.
4. It looks
The
like
government's just gonna
quicker to
kill
beat
you and
anyway.
turn you into a zombie for fuel. Shit like that.
You have a much braver turn one than I do.
Yeah, I've done
Although
all
it
these
would
races
make
and I'd like
hospitals
to
a lot
admit.
harder to deal with because then they'd probably just strap
Oh,
I have
on
two right
shit.
times gotten there to
God
turn one.
damn it.
Like, unless you had like 100% guaranteed chance and not like if there was a 1%
Just gonna
chance
slow
you
down.
would die,
Gotta get back
they
some
just
time
fucking
here.
strap you to
Shut
your
up,
bed.
Jerry. Agree.
So wait, what kind of rules are we talking here? Are we talking Walking Dead rules?
Right,
or-
right side clear.
Yeah, run-of-the-mill basic bitch zombies.
No, I mean like by infection.
Yeah, they bite you, you become infected. You die, you become infected. As long as your brain doesn't get damaged, you're fine. You're a zombie.
Well, if you chop off the
Oh,
bitten
there's a wreck
limb
in.
before,
Airport looks like it's 8.
Then you'll be
It's
fine.
Right side, clear on the right side.
Yeah.
2 laps remaining.
Although that's
Okay,
not
man, give
really
me just a bit more to keep this
scientifically
position.
You'd have to cut off the limb like literally the nanosecond you got bit, pretty much. Otherwise, it's probably going to be in your bloodstream. And to top it off, America as a whole, we'd probably be fine the second we realize you just shoot them in the head. The government would
Looks
just
like
contract a
P6
bunch
is
of
off
regulators
in
and be like,
turn
hey,
4.
you wanna go fucking shoot zombies for like $200 and they go, fuck yeah, man, I got my Remington bolt action right here, shoot. And on the 7th day, God created a Remington bolt action rifle so man could fight the dinosaurs and the homosexuals.
On your right. Clear to your right.
I mean, historically inaccurate, but I love his spirit.
It's from Mean Girls.
Stay left. Clear on your right.
My statement
Yeah, like-
still stands.
Oh yeah, no, it's a fucking hilarious quote. And I love it. Like, dude, if zombies were a real thing, you'd have fucking like trophy hunters. You'd be like, yeah,
There's an
that's fucking
incident
Neil
in
deGrasse
right-hander.
Tyson's zombie head mounted on my wall. Fuck you gonna do about it, dude? Yeah, that's five-time Olympic gold medalist. Whatever the fuck his name is. That's Michael Phelps' zombie head mounted on my wall. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah. Oh, you remember?
Left side.
Just like, especially if like
Clear to
dead
your
people
left.
rose. Obviously, it'd be skeletons at that point, so it'd just be skulls. So they wouldn't actually be zombies. But I can just imagine if somehow they reanimated and like gained their flesh and facial features back. You got some assholes like, yeah, that's General Lee.
E14. Alright,
Yeah,
that's
I
it.
got General Lee's fucking zombie head on my wall. The South will rise again.
Well, that wasn't completely terrible, but it also wasn't
Then
great.
Fucking Adolf Hitler's zombie head would go to auction for like $2 billion.
Let's
Is
see, what's
Christopher- yeah,
Cyrna
Chris-
been saying? Cyrna says the first real zombie movie was Bob Hope's Ghost Breakers.
Never seen it, never heard of it. Also, do you guys think that the fucking what's it called? Game of Thrones books are ever going to be finished? Or do you think at this
no.
point?
How
I
old
think
is
George R.
George?
Oh, dude, he's like fucking he old. I think half of it is he's just doing it just to fuck with people.
He is 76.
Yeah. What I think is he's completed the books and he's just not going to release them until after he dies.
Who?
George R. R. Martin, the guy who wrote Game of Thrones.
Oh, yeah.
I genuinely think he has a finished copy of like all of the books he wants, like the last two books he wants to release. And he's just not going to fucking release them until after he dies so he doesn't have to listen to people bitch about how they could have been written better. Ooh,
Or
someone pinged me.
Yeah. Maybe he's just doing the thing where the more people ask him, the longer he delays.
I'm fucking God, dude.
Hey,
Oh my God, I love this. I love this fucking quote.
What time is it? Oh, shit.
Cyrna says that George is supposed to be finishing Winds of Winter now.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's gonna publish that shit. I think it's gonna be published after he fucking dies. I think he's just fucking with everyone. But not like right after he dies. I think he's gonna have them mandatorily wait like 3 or 4 months. So then people can just be like, man, we're never gonna get Game of Thrones. And then he's just gonna like quietly release it in stores, have it like quietly released in stores, and people are gonna be like, holy fuck, everyone, they just released the final Game of Thrones, oh my God. That's what I would do. And the reason I'd do it like that is because people would at first be like, man, I can't believe that book's never getting released. And then people would be like, oh my God, Game of Thrones is out. And people were like, that's fake. And then like a couple dudes would go to their local bookstore and be like, oh my God, guys, it's real. And they'd be like, holy fuck, it's real. And then it would gain more hype than if they were just like, hey, by the way, the final Game of Thrones book's coming out. Because if that were the case, then people would just be like, oh, final Game of Thrones book. Sick, I'll get it when I feel like, I guess.
Oh, I got a fucking dental appointment tomorrow. But having the dental appointment does let me get out of work early. No, I don't need to go to bed. Going to bed early just screws up my sleeping schedule anyway. And you'd think that going to bed for a nap would actually help me at work. No, it just makes me tired at work. I've found.
Exactly. You tell her, Shane. You put that woman in her place. Not a boy. Have a couple Manhattans and yell at her because dinner's not finished yet or it's burnt or something. Good heavens, you're showing you ankle, you harlot.
No, they weren't calling you a boy toy. They were calling me a boy toy.
Yeah, no, Shane's your boy toy, Cyrna.
Truth and reconciliation.
I mean, honestly, if you think about it, zombies could be great. They deal with the homeless problem really easily. Dude, no more homeless. If zombies just like walk the street, just like, cool.
Traffic behind you, careful.
Bye, homeless people.
The leader's just run out. 56.
But then again, you also couldn't, like, late night walks. Couldn't do that. Hiking would be a bitch. Although I would love hiking with zombies because I'd just carry like a big ass fucking. I'd carry like a goofy ass gun after a while.
On the left. Clear on the left.
Like something that's just genuinely not practical.
Stay right. You're clear left.
I am of the opinion one of the most probably the most practical gun you could carry is a semi-automatic 22. Because, hear me out, this would be for later in the zombie apocalypse, not necessarily right away. Because later on, their tissue and skulls are going to be a bit mushier. Because I guarantee you, that bone's going to get kind of like bleh after a little bit because it's a rotting corpse exposed to the elements. Like, if you leave a bone out in the open, you know, maybe you can't snap it now. But if you leave like a fucking like thigh bone or like a really hard to crack bone, just leave that out in the sun for like 2-3 weeks. You pick it up, you can fucking snap it like it's a twig. So carrying probably, I'd say a 22 long rifle, just for that little bit of extra oomph behind your shots. And 22s are pretty easy to reload, so it's just practical. Dude, it'd be fucking great. And then after a while, I'd just go like hiking and I'd carry like a fucking 50 Beowulf AK. 50 Beowulf, not a very effective caliber.
Sector 2 is.
So I just do it because I'm like, fuck it, why not? We would become so complacent with zombies.
Yeah.
Like, think about politics.
11.
Nobody fucking, like, January 6th was huge news. Huge news. Not even a full calendar year ago. Barely fucking anyone talks about it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, that was supposed to be game changer. Like, everyone, like, that was a huge shift in politics. Now barely fucking anyone talks about it.
Yeah, the only people talk about are people who are just terminally online politically or just terminally politically active.
Exactly. Remember Uvalde?
Maybe.
That was the shooting where it took cops like an hour.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, my point exactly. It was, at the time, everyone was fucking like, oh my god, it's terrible. It still is terrible. It's a fucking tragedy.
Yeah.
But fucking people forget about it. Shane forgot about
Sector
it.
3 is 1.7.
Well, I didn't forget about it. I just, it sounded familiar. I just couldn't put the name to the event because there's just so many other things that happened since.
Fine, Shane. fine. 911.
Yeah.
Sector 1's 1.8
Yeah.
off the pace.
That one I remember, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
What's
The
9/11?
Holocaust.
Hell, everyone knows that.
Zayas doesn't remember the Holocaust.
No.
He doesn't think it exists. I respect that. Respect that. Fucking mention the Holocaust, Zayas just pulls out like 6 calculators and he just goes, oh, actually,
Yeah.
those numbers don't make sense, friend.
I have never actually heard arguments from people. I've never actually heard arguments from Holocaust deniers. Not even on Twitter have I seen arguments from, from deniers.
You don't interact with most Holocaust deniers.
Sector 1 is 1.2 seconds off the
Yeah,
pace.
that's probably a good reason why.
And I'm very glad you don't interact with most Holocaust deniers, because most Holocaust deniers are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I think there's some shit with the Holocaust that ain't, they're adding 2 and 2 and they're getting 20 type of situation. Yeah, there's some shit that slowly over time we're starting to learn more and more. Doesn't really add up. Also, Italy got off way too easily with World War II.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about Italy
Sector 3
during
is 2.1 off the pace.
WW2.
So they started out as an Axis power,
Yeah.
and then they basically what they did is they removed Mussolini from office. Basically, what happened is Mussolini wasn't in office, but he was still telling everyone who was in office what to do. And then they were like, "See, we've changed. We're better now," and it just stayed the same. Also, most of World War II didn't actually big misconception. Apparently, a lot of people think World War II. A lot of it happened in Germany. Not a lot of it actually happened in Germany.
Off the pace.
I know.
That was kind of a big deal. That was kind of a big deal of World War II. We didn't actually fight in Germany until pretty late in the war.
Until after we entered the war.
You're clear right.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Sector 3 is 1.7
well,
off the pace.
America had nothing to do with the victory in World War II, Shane. It was the Russians. That's why Japan surrendered. It was because the Russians were threatening to invade Japanese-controlled China. Everyone knows that. It's not because America dropped the fucking sun on them twice. No. It's because the Russians threatened to invade, and the Russians were scary.
Car behind us is just done on 1 minute.
That, by the way, is a genuine statement I've heard made by multiple people, that Japan didn't surrender because we dropped the literal fucking sun on them twice. No. It's because the Russians were going to invade Japanese-controlled China. That's the reason.
All right, well, I'm out.
All right.
Peace.
Bye, guys.
Peace.
Yeah, now, don't get me wrong. I'll be one of the first people to admit the Germans did a lot of innovating during wartime. Because, first of all, they needed to keep even with us.
Yeah. And I mean, plus they invented the Volkswagen Beetle. How bad could they be?
Yeah.
How bad could they be?
Yeah.
If it weren't for the Nazis, we wouldn't have Herbie the Love Bug.
Exactly. Deal with that, lesbians. The VW Bug you loved so much was created by Nazis. Not the Tesla you claim was created by someone who could be a Nazi. No. The Volkswagen as a company was literally a Nazi-founded company.
Volkswagen literally translates to the people's car.
Yeah. Volkswagen as a company was created by Hitler as a way to get the Aryan race motor vehicles. So the next person I hear that calls fucking Elon a Nazi and that Teslas are Nazi cars, I'm gonna punch them right in the dick. And if they don't have a dick, I'm gonna surgically attach a penis to their body and punch it.
E14.
You're fucking retarded. You're stupid. You're wrong. You're dumb. I mean, honestly, I can't believe Charlie Chaplin led to the death of 6 million Jews. He was such a funny guy.
It's always the ones you least expect.
Exactly. You know, dude was just doing funny little things, you know, doing some cool little stunts, and then suddenly, boom, moves to Germany, changes his name, and kills a bunch of Jewish dudes.
Yeah.
Sector 2 is 3.8 seconds.
Fucked up, Charlie. See, the best part is, if Charlie Chaplin were still alive, he would have probably thought that joke was fucking hilarious. 'Cause it fucking was. He literally did a fucking movie where he dressed up as Hitler, and it was a great fucking funny-ass movie. Also,
I have not seen any Charlie Chaplin movies.
Dude, Hitler was a fucking dweeb.
Oh, yeah.
Alright? Half the shit he had, that the Nazis used, he fucking stole half of it.
0.7 off the pace.
Like, all those, like, rank insignias and shit that were used for different divisions to be like, this is this division, this is this division, this is the symbol they use. It was just fucking old Prussian military shit and, like, Templar shit that he stole.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't create, like, the only original things they created were after World War II. Even their whole Aryan race supremacy thing started out as a Thule, so it's called the Thule Society. It was basically like a pagan cult. And 90% of the fucking, not even 90, almost 100% of the Nazi beliefs were just stolen from the fucking Thule Society. And most of the high-ranking Nazi party members were part of the Thule Society.
Yeah, Nazis were into a lot of occult shit.
Yeah, they tried to start their own neo-pagan religion. So the Thule Society, basically their major belief was that Germans and the Aryan race was descended from, like, an ancient Aryan race that was somehow distantly related to basically gods. And it was really weird. Surprise, surprise, something the Nazis did was weird? Oh my god.
Stop the presses.
I know, you know, put that on the books as top 10 things Cam never expected. Number 1, Nazis did goofy shit.
You won't believe it.
You won't believe it even if I tell you it. But yeah, no. Like, they were just fucking, like, just weird beliefs. Like, not even, I can understand being like, my race is superior for this reason, blah. But, like, the way they tried to explain it was fucking strange.
Mm-hmm.
And big props to, you know, Hitler. Dude created the fucking largest travel agency. Because he believed a way to increase morale amongst the Aryan race was to make, like, what would have been seen as, like, luxury vacations more accessible to, like, the everyman.
You're right. Clear on the right side. Right side. Clear right.
Sorry, 26.
And, like, he had, so I believe it was called Germania. He wanted to create, like, this Aryan city.
On how far I can travel to the board. I didn't need to know.
I'm just trying to keep it on the fucking track.
Biggest singular building.
Here, so
in history. Like it would, it literally would have been bigger than any building we have now.
Alright, Dick, it's clear. Push all you can.
So think of like the, I guess, widest building that takes up like the most acreage. It would have been like, I think, more than double the size of that. It would have like this big ass dome. You would have these like 2-meter fucking screens plastered all over the place that were gonna play like propaganda, news, and executions and shit. And it was like, honestly, if you look at blueprints for Germania, it was a pretty fucking sick setup. It was kind of a really sick design.
Yeah.
From a dictatorial society standpoint, it would have been the pinnacle of dictator cities.
Clear in the right. Go, go, go.
Yeah.
Like it makes the city described in 1984 look fucking basic. Also, fuck Hermann Göring. That guy was a bitch. He went out of his way even after Hitler was dead to be like, there's no way Hitler would have let this happen. Hitler had no idea.
Just on a 101.54.
Well, the Holocaust? I was never informed of this. Even though at the Nuremberg trials, it's like everyone who was beneath him knew what was happening. And then Göring just sits on the stand and goes, what are you talking about? This is crazy. I would never. And if any of my Discord chats where I say some fucked up shit gets leaked,
It's clear. Go, go, go.
I'm gonna hit him with the Hermann Göring fucking, how could you imagine something so vile? How could you even think that I would say something like this? That's terrible. How could you fathom that? Someone would make a joke about Stephen Hawking and do a Stephen Hawking voice? That's terrible. Speaking of Stephen Hawking, did you know Stephen Hawking left his first wife for his nurse?
I think I heard about that, yeah.
Yeah, she was younger and hotter. Keep in mind, his wife was with him while he went through his first wife was with him through his entirety of like him becoming wheelchair bound. And then he started using like that fucking AI text speech thing. So the divorce proceeding must have just been, you're not hot enough. My nurse gives me a boner. Also, this just goes to show, ladies, the smartest man of our time still went for the younger, hotter woman. The smartest male brain that has pretty much ever existed, at least in our time, still couldn't figure out how to make a relationship function properly. And you expect fucking Evan, who didn't even graduate high school, to figure that shit out? Fuck you. Sorry, honey, she has bigger boobies. She lets me motorboat them.
Right side. Clear to go
Goodbye.
right.
I'm taking the Porsche. Steven, you can't drive. You have to ride passenger in a van, especially built to fit your wheelchair. I don't care. Ha 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 ha. Lose my number. Do not text me. Goodbye. And he just fucking slowly turns the wheelchair around and wheels out. See you later, loser.
Do you think when Stephen Hawking died, his speech modulator made the blue screen sound?
I hope to fucking God it did. Dude, one of the things I respect about Stephen Hawking is he loved fucking with people. And like fucking he'd do something with like his speech text modulator where like it would make like the Windows shutdown sound and then he just would stop moving. And people would freak out and they go, oh my god, Stephen Hawking is dead. Stephen Hawking is dead. And then you just go, ha, 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 got you.
No,
dumbass.
it does the
bitch.
Windows boot up sound
Yeah.
first.
Exactly. And they'd be like, oh my god, Stephen Hawking is dead. He's like, you dumb motherfucker. I can never die. I am machine. Ha ha ha. That was funny. Just imagine fucking Stephen Hawking in like a 2016 COD lobby. He's just shit talk, like someone kills him or he kills someone, and they just go, man, you're a fucking bitch. And he just goes, both your dads can suck my cock. Ha 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 ha.
Sector 3 is 1.2 seconds off the pace.
I may not be physically capable of getting an erection, but your mom still fucks me so good. Ha ha ha. I don't feel bad about mocking him, by the way. Dude was smart, but he left his loving wife for his nurse who was younger and hotter, and that's shitty.
Yeah.
Track's cooling down. It's now 1:10.
And if you have a problem with me making jokes about a dude, too fucking bad. if it's Cameron can only make fun of people who are in wheelchairs, name any fucking person, I will make fun of them. As a matter of fact, little social experiment. Shane, name a famous person.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay? Just fucking insert any Key and Peele sketch about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I have not seen Key and Peele.
Okay, fine. Fucking just imagine imagine fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson cheating on his wife. And his wife's like, who's the white bitch you fuck? Who's the white woman? Huh? Fuck you, Neil. And she goes, actually, today's top theoretical physicists believe there are multiple timelines coinciding and coinciding at all points in time. So in this timeline, in this universe, I fucked that white woman. In this one, I didn't. So no, honey, I did not, in fact, fuck that white woman. Neil, take out the trash. Actually, honey, the world exists on a spectrum of constantly done and doing. So, I did take out that trash. Shit like that. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking pay attention to Neil deGrasse Tyson other than the fact that he's kind of a liberal hack. Pick a better famous person. Of course you picked fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson when I was talking about fucking Stephen Hawking.
That was the first
You
one
did.
that came to my mind.
Yeah,
Brad
because I was talking
Pitt.
about fucking Stephen Hawking. Brad Pitt? Okay, I don't fucking know. Dude's a piece of shit drunk who beat the fuck out of Angelina Jolie. I have too much money, give me my bourbon, bitch. You weren't even that good as Laura Croft. Your boobs weren't triangular, fucker. Ugh, I have too much money for doing shitty movies like World War Z. I fell off after the 90s. I don't fucking know. Name a good movie he's been in since the 90s and early 2000s.
Apparently Bullet Train was pretty good.
Bullet Train was alright. It wasn't bad. But Brad Pitt's been in a lot more shitters than good ones
I thought I was
recently.
pushing the car to the limit, and my spotter told me I was 4.6 seconds off the
Anything
pace.
from like early 2000s back to the beginning of his career, name a Brad Pitt movie, you know it's gonna be fucking good. Fight Club, fucking whatever, the one where he was playing like a fucking schizo dude, where you end up finding out that the reason he was so good at playing a dude with like fucking severe ADHD and OCD and shit was just because the director took away his cigarettes. Yeah, deadass. Just to make him seem more manic and shit, they were like, yo, Brad, just stop smoking cigarettes. And he goes, no. And then the director would just take his cigarettes, like physically take his cigarettes away from him. and just told people not to give him cigarettes. And then he did fucking great. I don't know, what's another Brad Pitt movie I can't think of any other than like Fight Club and that one.
Don't ask me, I don't know.
The one where he plays a fucking Irish dude and does like boxing. He was fucking great in that. His fucking like Irish, so he plays a pikey. It's basically like the Irish version of a gypsy pretty much. And his accent's fucking amazing. I love that people like, I'm decently good at most accents, figuring out what someone's trying to say.
Get what you can.
Especially like, I'd say like Scottish and Irish and sometimes thick German. I'm pretty good. I think it's just because I'm Scottish, Irish, and German. It's in my blood. But I'm really good at like, even people with like the thickest of accents, I can still distinguish it pretty decently. Like there's that one Monty Python sketch where the guy's like, "Oh, and then crossbeams went out skill on the fiddle." And fucking people are like, "What the fuck did he say?" I'm like, "One of those damn crossbeams has gone out askew on the tittle." Not the, and then of course he corrects me, he's like, "One of them damn crossbeams gone out askew on a tittle." I'm like, see? That's what he said. It's not that hard to figure out. And like, weirdly enough, what accent is it? It's fucking Czech and Slovakian accents I'm pretty good with.
There's the thumbnail.
Ooh, thumbnail? Thumbnail?
I have to save that. I have to save this replay though. I saved the. Damn it! I can't save the replay. Fuck! I'm gonna have to reenact that.
Get fuck. Oh, you're staging the thumbnail. What a bitch.
I need a. Well, because I need a thumbnail, and of course, me going flying, crashing into the concrete barrier. What's a better thumbnail than that?
Jack Sparrow guy. Who are you talking about, Serena?
Johnny Depp.
Oh, Johnny Depp? I fucking love Johnny Depp. Dude. His early career, fucking amazing. His late career, fucking amazing. And the publicity he got from the whole fucking Amber Heard thing was amazing. Because then throughout that entire thing, everyone who was like supporting Johnny was just fucking dogging on Amber's shitty attorney. Oh, couldn't you say that you're just doing this? This is your 15 minutes of fame. Yeah, I could say taking on Amber Heard as a client would be doing the same thing. You know? So, get shit on. Kind of like Amber Heard did to Johnny Depp's bed, you know? Kind of similar situation there.
Exit's clear, watch the
and
line.
then Johnny Depp is like, she made a oopsie on my bed. And I did not appreciate it. I love how he talks like just a normal person. He's like, grumpy. It wasn't oopsie, it was a grumpy. It had appeared that she had made a grumpy on my bed. And
got 3 laps to serve this penalty.
I was of the opinion that that action was quite disgusting. And I informed her of that by saying, Amber, what the fuck did you do? Why did you shit on my bed? That's disgusting. This behavior is not becoming of a fully grown woman. I would expect this from someone who might be a toddler and or dog, but a fully grown adult woman in her 30s and 40s defecating on someone else's bed seems rather childish and immature. And I cannot believe you've done this to me. And she's like, Johnny threw a bottle at me and it broke. And he just goes, that didn't even happen. You threw a frying pan at me. You hurled a cast iron skillet, frankly in a manner that I've never seen a woman of her stature do. She almost embodied a Herculean man by hurling that cast iron skillet at my skull. And then shattering my collarbone into millions of teeny tiny little broken bone fragments that frankly hurt very much and I did not like or enjoy at all. Overall, I would say the experience was quite unenjoyable. I would wish very much not to do it again. I would also very much like not to have Amber shit on my bed for a second time. That would also be a scenario that I would very much not enjoy happening again. You're a piece of shit, Johnny. You drink and do cocaine. He goes,
All right, the track's heating
yes,
up.
I had
It's
some
now 17 degrees.
rather unacceptable behaviors as a young man, but so did you. And frankly, you're a fucking lightweight, Amber. I could handle liquor much better than you could. So I don't want to hear it. Not even a month before this trial started, you did a key bump of cocaine off of a Thai hooker's penis and said, and I quote, "Fuck you, Johnny. It's not gay. He's a lady boy." I said, Amber, that doesn't even make any sense. It wouldn't be gay. You're a woman. Having sex with a man as a woman, and when you are a woman, is not gay. That is a heterosexual interaction. The fact that you even feel the need to express that it's not gay is rather an odd statement to make, Amber. Why would you say this thing? Why would you say things like these? And like he's just dogging on her the entire fucking time. And he's like, I'm wearing my sunglasses. Mr. Depp, you have to take your sunglasses off in the courtroom. I won't allow sunglasses. And he goes, well, I wish not to take them off because I don't want to look her in the face after she shit on my bed for no reason. Unexplained, unexpected, she shit on my bed. Like a dog who has not been housebroken. And when I confronted her about it, her only reaction and her only form of an apology was, oopsie. I mean, what subhuman monster would poop on another person's bed and just go, oopsie daisy?
The best part about this is that I can totally buy that half of the shit you're saying Johnny actually said in court.
It might not be word for word what he said, but like 95% of what I'm saying is my remembrance of what he said. So it is along the same lines of what he said. He's like, why would a human being drop their pants, squat down, and defecate on a place where another person goes after a long day and gets some well expected and well needed rest? This behavior is disgusting. And frankly, I am ashamed to have ever allowed it to happen. And like he's just cool, calm, and fucking collected, and he's like, no, I never, and I quote, consumed bricks of cocaine to go to bed. Like at one point, Amber made like the outrageous claim that he had like a pyramid of cocaine bricks, and that was how much cocaine he'd do in like a week.
And then Johnny Depp basically kill you if you did like a whole brick of cocaine in a week.
Yeah, but she was like, it was multiple bricks of cocaine.
That would definitely kill you.
Yeah, Johnny Depp is like, Amber, you absolute fucking moron, that would kill you. You would be dead. And then she's like, I don't know these things about cocaine. Johnny was the one who did cocaine. I never did cocaine. And then she's like, Amber, you're the reason I did cocaine. You gave me my first key bump of cocaine. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't think she's actually the reason why he first did cocaine, but he ended up proving that she's not only done cocaine, but has plenty of knowledge about cocaine. And then she just goes with the, my dog stepped on a bee.
For real?
Yeah. She in court just like winces and goes, my dog stepped on a bee? Like it's a question. In a like fucking live streamed court appearance. And dude, she the way she fucking dressed made her look ridiculous. Like she was wearing like fucking Space Force sci-fi pantsuits and shit.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I cannot take this woman seriously. A woman who would shit on another person's bed and then dress like this is not a mentally sane human being.
No.
And like his voice is just monotone the entire time, and then they finally start like shitting on like his friends and stuff. He's like, fuck you guys, my friends are great. Robert Downey Jr. is the reason I stopped doing methamphetamine laced with ketamine and coke.
Oh my god.
Like, and they just tore apart the fact that he was addicted, and he was like, yeah, I was a child movie star. What the fuck do you expect? Name another child star who didn't do hardcore. Yeah, that didn't do hardcore drugs for a period of time. And then Amber Heard's like, I was a child movie star. And he's like, no, you weren't. Shut up. You were in like a single movie and no one fucking liked you in it. Don't want to hear it.
No one likes her in any movie these days.
You were terrible in Aquaman. Even when you were popular, no one fucking liked you in Aquaman. And you're not even that hot. I mean, honestly, if you ask me, I don't really think she's that hot. Not even like because she shit on another human being's fucking bed. She's not that attractive. She just kind of has. She has that like Karen bitchy look to her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, kind of sad that Johnny Depp didn't end up with Winona Ryder. She was fucking bombshell.
Who's Winona Ryder? I probably know her from somewhere.
She played the daughter in Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, I recognize that face.
Yeah, she played the woman. She played the female lead in Mr. Deeds.
Not seen Mr. Deeds.
Oh, either way, she's a very attractive woman. The one thing people like complained about was like, oh, Winona Ryder was this like, I think she was like 15 and he was 19 when they first met. But they also met in like the fucking like I think 80s or something. So like even in the 80s, there were people who were fucking marrying people many years their senior.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like an Ashton Kutcher type of situation where like they weren't dating, they didn't do anything before the other one turned 18.
Yeah.
Car number 3.
But then they turned 18, they're like, hey,
we're gonna finish in P7.
I'm an adult now. You want to like go hang out and do adult shit? And Johnny Depp's like, yeah, sure. I'm gonna have a beer. You can have like your fucking Capri Sun. That'd be cool. Also, I just learned Capri Sun makes bottled drinks as well. Like the same exact beverage as like the pouches, but they make them in bottled form.
I think I heard something about that, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I will fist fight Amber Heard for a fucking bottle Capri Sun right now. Fuck, I'd fist fight Amber Heard just for the hell of it. And for those of you going, oh, it's Cameron, you hit a woman. Bitch is like in her 40s. She's an adult. She can handle herself.
She's Captain Marvel. She's a super heroine.
Exactly. And I mean, let's be honest, if she took abuse from Johnny for so many years, it's just par for the course. You know, she's used to it.
The pace speed is 50 miles per hour.
I can say that because she lied. And it was proven that she lied about all of it. I was going to go on the safe side and say most of it, but all of it.
Yeah.
100%. Everything. Beginning and middle. Just lies. Like, I've never before in my life seen a situation where, especially a celebrity who's dated as many people as he has, where it goes from, no, Johnny was great. No, Johnny never laid a hand on me. He's the nicest, kindest soul I've ever met, too. He beat me every day of the week to the point where I had to wear makeup to formal events because I couldn't even show up because I had such bad bruising. And like, as someone who played a very I understand a physically active sport like football, and getting the shit beaten out of you by a spouse or significant other is not the same situation. But just a little context to my injury history. I'm gonna give you just one good example. I had a bruise that extended from, I'd say, my collarbone down to mid bicep and like right around my kind of pectoral area and a little bit of my back. Entire area was just like ached and bruising.
Bro.
And you could like, you could
already gave me a 4X. We haven't even started.
And it was my left side, and you could like, people could tell that my arm was a bit fucked up.
Watch your right. Right side clear.
And then of course, me being me, I would lift my shirt up and show them, and one of my teachers legitimately winced, like physically looking at it, and recoiled. I was like, dude, you need to go to like a hospital or something. Holy shit. And I just went,
There's an accident in right hand.
I can walk.
I think it's Aiden.
Sorry. That's all that matters.
Car right.
And I have friends who are like, dude, are you not in pain? And I'm like, dude, I'm hopped up on so much fucking ibuprofen and like liquor, I don't really care.
The guy in front is Johnson, car number 18.
Like, dude, I can't even fucking feel my face right now, let alone my bruised shoulder. Shit. What's gonna happen?
Motherfucker, what the fucking god damn it.
Have a really
wreck
strange
in,
urge
looks
to
like
just like
Johnson.
gobble down some gooey caramel candies.
Nice shot.
300 feet.
That shit would
Willis behind is
slap
spitting now, 100 feet.
unbelievably hard right now. But I don't have that, so I'm gonna make some microwave popcorn.
Showing us black flag. Exit's clear. Stay blue.
Son of a bitch, god.
And you'll be in a world of juvenile felonies. Take a look
There's a wreck
and
in.
you'll
4.
see
It looks like Jamie.
the way things
We've got 3
used
laps to serve this penalty.
Yeah, 3 laps served penalty. Shut the fuck.
Yeah, no, like, and I've talked to and known people who were in abusive relationships, and after they ended, they did not react nearly anywhere near what Amber Heard did. And then people are like, how could you say that this woman is lying and being deceptive about such a terrible situation? And I would like to point to Exhibit A, and my only
There's an
exhibit.
incident in.
She's an
Looks like
actress.
It's Logan, car number 2.
She gets given money to pretend for a living.
300 feet.
And she's good enough that people go out of their way to hire her.
Somehow.
Yes. So one might argue a person who exists in a profession entirely based on pretending, one might say that that person could be physically capable of pretending something happened that didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like John Bernthal, one of my favorite actors. You want to know how he got his career in acting started?
How?
He signed up for the wrong class in college, and one of the first assignments, it turned out to be an acting class. One of the first assignments was a show and tell, where they had to bring shit in. He forgot to bring anything in, so he played baseball in college. So he just grabbed his fucking catcher's mitt and just pretended like his dying mother gave it to him and did all this and had like other people bawling their eyes out listening to this sad story. And the teacher pulled him aside, like, so you didn't do the fucking assignment. And he's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And she's like, yeah, it's fucking like, not, that didn't happen, did it? And he goes, yeah, no, I didn't have anything to bring in. I forgot to bring anything in. And she goes, well, I could fail you, or I could offer you, a tryout in one of the plays we're doing. I'd recommend you do the play. And he goes, okay. Tries out for the play, fucking absolutely fucking home runs that shit. And then we got Punisher.
Nice.
And I'd like to point out, Punisher isn't my favorite role by John Bernthal. It is a great role, and he does a great job at it, but it's not my favorite of his. My favorite, personally, is second. I'll do like a tier list. Punisher would be probably my second or third. I'd say third.
Check your left.
Favorite.
John Bernthal. Left side.
It should be higher because that's the only one of mine that he's like the leading man. But I put it in probably third because two side characters I've seen him do, I think, were amazing. Number one, his top tier best was his character in fucking The Accountant, the first movie. Did great job with that. Second would be his character in Baby Driver. It's one of his shortest, it's his shortest appearance that's on my list, but it's hilarious. His final line before he leaves is, all right, kids, if you don't see me again, because I'm dead. And then you never see his character again. And it's fucking, his delivery is hilarious. So Baby Driver is a movie about bank robbers.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, it's fucking great, yeah. I bet you didn't realize John Bernthal was in that, did you?
No.
Yeah, he's part of the original crew with the boyfriend-girlfriend duo that become the antagonists at the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm. You're setting the pace right now. There's an accident.
Yeah, he's part of the original crew
it might be James.
And he's the guy who goes, Mommy and Daddy are getting it. And that's also fucking hilarious.
Car left.
Yeah, his last line of the movie is, all right, kids, if you don't see me again, it's because I'm dead. And then he fucking just, and he's wearing sunglasses and a leather vest, and then he just walks away. And you never see him die. I just always like to think that he fucking, like, did something stupid and got killed by, like, a gang member or something. Like, he just fucking, like, he went to a bar and some, like, outlaw biker beat the shit out of him and he died.
Clear to your left.
Because the way he, like, interacted with the main character definitely seems like he'd be the type of guy to get into, like, a bar fight and get fucking murdered.
Yeah.
Not that he's stupid, because he's fucking he's too good at being insulting.
Yeah.
And it's great, and I love it. Fucking love John Bernthal. And then third, right. Punisher. Fourth,
clear in the right. Go,
him as Shane in TWD. Absolutely. Keep in mind, those are like some of the only things I've watched him in. I have not watched as much of John Bernthal's filmography as I wish I had.
Clear left.
But like those four are my top four. And dude, him as Shane
There's a
was
wreck in
fucking
turn 6.
perfect.
It looks like Kevin.
Like you can just fucking see the mental deterioration that's going on, and him just slowly going fucking batshit crazy. Like how he portrays the character is going from Rick Grimes' best friend to wanting to kill Rick Grimes because he's back and banging Lori, even though, yeah, Lori's Rick's wife, but Shane wants to bang Lori
Like Willis,
and feels that he's a better father to Carl than Rick is. And dude, he does a fucking amazing job at it. And then you got people like Amber Heard, who are actors or actresses.
There's an incident in West Bend.
Can act, but shouldn't.
Car to your right. Clear right.
There's an accident in turn 4. Looks like it's
like the chick who plays fucking Wonder Woman in that
There's an accident in
movie where
right
Superman.
I think it might be Griffith.
Yeah, and
Ethan.
that movie where Superman becomes a bad guy, and then she's like, "Kyle, no! Oh, stop it!"
She was actually
You're being
decent
dumb.
as Wonder Woman in the solo film.
Oh, in the solo film, she's fucking great. I loved it, but then when they put her in the main movie,
He's 17.
it went bad.
Yeah.
There's an incident in the left-hander. It looks like Chad. The car in front is Willis. Car number 1.
Because now instead of competing against a normal human male, she has to compete against all these superhero males
Gap 2.
and still seem like she's fucking awesome.
2 laps ahead.
When we've already established
There's a wreck
Superman's
in
fucking
West Bend.
badass, dude.
Looks like it's Jamie and James.
His literal only weakness is a shiny rock that's a bitch to get your hands on.
There's a funny little video called Batman roasts the Justice League with truth and logic, and it is absolutely hilarious.
I mean, honestly, if you think about it, Superman's like the figurehead and like the lead dude in Justice League. He shouldn't be.
I mean, Superman is the figurehead, and like he's the Captain America of the Justice League. He is the leader, and then Batman is the brains, the tactical of the operation.
Yeah, no. Batman should be the in charge dude.
No.
100. Okay.
I mean, I
Batman,
get the argument, but he's already in charge of his own Bat family group. He's got
counter argument.
What?
Counter argument, Shane. I understand he's like the head of the Bat family and shit. My counter argument would be this: Batman is a normal human being. He doesn't have any superpowers. Like,
There's a wreck
he's, the best way to describe this is he's the Tony Stark of DC, okay?
Now 3.0 seconds.
No superpowers, just a really smart dude.
This position. Good
The
lap.
guy
That's the best in the
canonically
session.
bench presses 1,000 pounds per reps.
Yeah.
He
Martian
bench
Manhunter may
presses.
be the communicator, but he's not the leader. We're talking about whether Batman or Superman should be the leader of the Justice Group, Suna.
You know, Martian Manhunter is like fucking barely in the Justice League anyways.
Nowadays, yeah.
He just like does his own thing.
Yeah.
Car to your left.
And then the Justice League is like,
Left
yo,
side
we need
clear.
you to do this, Martian Manhunter. He goes, I guess. Sure. But no, Batman should 100% be like the leader, fucking head decision maker, team leader dude of Justice League.
E15,
One,
2 to go.
because he has protocols dedicated to stopping his fellow teammates in case something happens in some case that they do some shit they're not supposed to. And of course, I think it's in the like Justice League games or whatever, but like they're going through like the protocols to kill all the superheroes, the good guys.
There's an
and then for
incident in
Batman, it's
turn
just
6.
the protocol, the Doomsday Plan for Batman. There is no Doomsday Plan for Batman.
Still there. Hold on. Clear on your left.
No.
Because other than Justice League, not Justice League, the Suicide Squad Justice League video game, there's literally no physical way that Batman would be a bad dude.
No.
And like, I'm pretty sure the reason he became a bad guy in the Suicide Squad kills the Justice League game is because it's like a fucking zombie brain infection thing.
Yeah, I believe he's brainwashed, and then I think at the end it's revealed that it's all like a dream or some shit.
Yeah. Because it's unrealistic that someone fucking brainwashed Batman. That's such horseshit. Because they did that in the comics, and then Batman just went, yeah, no, I knew you were brainwashing me. I just kind of went along with it.
There's a
and
record.
then
West Bend.
it fucked you halfway through.
James.
Like, that motherfucker just fucks bitches. He just does his thing. And he does it well. My only complaint with Batman is he doesn't fucking kill people.
Dude, what are you doing?
You know how many lives would be saved in Gotham City annually if he just fucking shot the Joker in the head?
You got 1 gallon left.
Couldn't even finish the fucking race. God damn.
Like, every time Joker gets arrested, like, every fucking time. He's not just getting imprisoned for escaping prison. He's getting arrested for a separate mass murder manslaughter charge. Like, every single time he gets arrested, he gets a new mass murder charge.
Sterna, counterpoint, Batman couldn't operate as he does if he killed people, because then he would be judge, jury, and executioner without being an officer of the law in any sort of way.
Counterpoint. I don't care if he kills every bad guy. Just kill the Joker. Literally just the Joker. The Joker is an accurate example of the handful of times when the justice system fails royally.
Also, before we continue, my new video, my review of Infamous 2 is out right now. So either stick around and watch the end of the stream, or once the stream is over, go watch that video. And then leave a comment, like, subscribe. Let's have a conversation about Infamous 2.
Open a new tab, watch it after this stream is over. And if you don't watch it, you're a bitch.
Exactly. I could not put it any better, Cam. I could not put it any
In the
better.
famous words of Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, as time progresses, we learned that even the smartest people, Galileo, Leonardo da Vinci, all got corrected by someone else on something they believed, making them look like a bitch. And slaps a big bitch sticker on their face. So you got two choices. You go down in history as a bitch, or you go down in history as pretty cool dude, pretty chill. Watch Shane stream, watch Shane's videos, but didn't leave the videos, the stream to watch the videos. Waited for the stream to end and then watch the videos separately. Because if you leave the stream to watch the video, that also makes you, by default, a bitch. See, it works both ways.
I thought Harvey Bullock is usually the corrupt cop willing to kill Joker. Or if he's not, I could totally see him being the cop that wants to kill Joker.
Why the fuck is the guy who wants to kill the Joker corrupt? He's the smartest person in the fucking room.
Because
Like,
the majority of the GCPD are crooked.
I mean, I feel like in a real life scenario in a police department, if like Batman existed and the Joker existed, 90% of the cops would just go, why don't we just fucking shoot him at this point?
Oh yeah, I'm sure that they're in a real scenario, or hell, even within the context of the DC universe, I'm sure there's a good amount of the GCPD, crooked or not crooked, that are just like, you know what? One of these days, maybe my trigger finger will get a little itchy.
Oh man,
I'm willing to take the hit.
Pulls a little taser action, just fucking blows his head off.
All right, I'm gonna go get a refill on my drinkage.
It's a great example of bad policing, but I love making that joke of just going taser, bang. That's also why people always ask, oh, why do cops, feel the need to pull out just their gun? Why can't they pull out their gun and their taser so they have both options? Because there's something called a sympathetic muscle reflex, where if you're holding two similar objects and you pull your trigger finger on one, you're gonna pull your trigger finger on the other unless you're like extensively trained not to do that shit. And it's a complete waste of time because it takes all of like a split second to switch from your taser to your sidearm to your taser. Cops just don't do it because it's a lot more effective and a lot more time efficient to have one officer with lethal, one officer with a taser if you have two. Also, back to the just killing Joker. Just fucking shoot him. They've literally tried everything. They've tried life in prison. They've tried maximum security. They've tried fucking Ultramax. At one point, they made a prison just for the Joker, and he's still escaped. They've put him on death row. They've fucking done everything. They've extradited him to other fucking prisons. Just shoot him. Hell, get him into custody when he's locked in the back of a van and just fucking blow his brains out. I'm sure no one, including like the Supreme Court and human rights tribunals, are gonna go, oh my god, you violated that man's rights, how dare you? That'd be like if we arrested Adolf Hitler, try to put him in jail, he escapes confinement, and then commits a second Holocaust, and then we do it 100 times. Batman doesn't use guns because guns are bad. My parents got shot by a gun once and now they're dead. Alfred had the right idea. That motherfucker shot Joker. Alfred absolutely fucking ass blasted the Joker. Just fucking bang, dead.
Jason Todd. Yeah, why hasn't Jason Todd shot Joker yet? Actually, I'm pretty sure I know why. It's because Batman doesn't want Jason to kill. But and also anytime Jason would get close to Joker, the temptation to kill would be too much, and also it might give him like PTSD flashbacks and overwhelm him and shit.
The Batman doesn't kill thing is such bullshit. That's a blatant lie. You're telling me those thugs that Batman takes and fucking suplexes onto their skull, not a single one has died?
I know. Yeah.
Those thugs that fucking Batman wraps his fucking grappling hook around and fucking rips them away from where they're standing, doesn't snap any of their necks and kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, leave them permanently paralyzed from the neck down.
Nope.
Once again, this man bench presses 1,000 fucking pounds. Like, even fucking martial artists sometimes don't know their own strength, where like they'll shake someone's hand and squeeze a little bit too tight. Now imagine that squeeze is them putting someone, not even a chokehold, like them wrapping a rope around someone's neck and being told to pull it. You're telling me, you know, not even 1 out of 1,000,000 times, there's not a single situation where one of those UFC fighters pulled a little bit too hard.
Got some traffic on your exit here. Watch your mirrors.
Unlikely.
Stay right. Clear on the left side.
Batman doesn't kill. Killing is distasteful. My commentary is dying down because I'm eating popcorn.
You're good.
And it's delicious and delectable, and I will not stop eating it until it is gone.
A bitch.
And popcorn. Garbanzo beans.
Last time, I never have popcorn all that often. Most of the time I have popcorn, it's at the movie theaters. I rarely go to the movie theater.
Dude, I would take Punisher over Batman any day of the week. The Punisher went out of his way to go onto an online chat room and pretend to be like a fucking, like, I think 12-year-old girl to meet up with a pedophile. And the pedophile, and when he was texting the pedophile, he was like, yo, what's your favorite flower? I'm gonna pick you some and bring it to you, when he was pretending to be a little girl. And the guy goes, oh, no, sorry. The pedophile asks the Punisher, what's your favorite flower? And the Punisher goes, daisies, when he's pretending to be a girl. And the fucking pedophile brings daisies, and the Punisher walks up behind him and she goes, daisies? Those are my favorite flowers. How did you know? And then fucking kills him.
Yeah.
I would take a Punisher-style vigilante over Batman, who all he does is captures villains, puts them in jail just for them to either get out on a technicality or escape.
I would take both. They both. Like, I'm fine with Punisher hunting down pedos. I'm fine. Him hunting down pedos, killing them extrajudicially. I'm fine with that.
Also, the Batman shouldn't be judged during executioner. Absolutely should. The man is literally the world's greatest detective. To the point where canonically he has like a 99.9999, actually not even, no, it's like 100% success rate, to the point where out of like 100 million, not even 100 million, 100 billion, he's wrong like 0.5 times out of a billion. It's so minutely small that it's statistically irrelevant. And the times he's been wrong,
0.1 seconds off the pace.
He wasn't even technically wrong. He was wrong on a technicality. And fuck it, I'll take like a 0.00000 infinitely repeating zero.
Sector 2 is
1% chance of the time.
Pace.
I'm not saying every villain every petty shoplifter he interacts with he has to kill. I'm just saying, you know, people like the Joker, who their whole shtick is kind of just like killing random civilians just for the hell of it.
Sector 3.
Maybe pop a couple rounds into that guy and then call it a day.
Yeah.
B3.
I can just imagine it right now, like if the Bat family used guns, Batman fucking like turns his gun and Batman badge into like fucking Alfred, and then starts doing Batman shits like Rogue. Like he's a fucking cop.
Car behind's just done a 109.51.
Man, why is it everything Costco does is always just like better?
I don't know. Alfred should kill Joker. Yes.
Alfred did kill Joker in one of the comics. Deadass in movies, they had to nerf Alfred.
Yeah.
Like in the Dark Knight trilogy, they had to nerf him by saying he just happened to be like he was in the SAS, but he was more of an administrator than a like operator.
Yeah.
Ooh, swallowed some water and it went down the wrong pipe.
Uh-oh. Oopsies.
Ugh.
I'm surprised Azrael hasn't killed Joker based on what little I do know about Azrael.
They can't kill off the Joker because it'd be like killing off Iron Man and Marvel. It ruins one of their biggest attractors.
Well, the thing about Joker in DC is that they have the Lazarus Pit, which Joker has used at least once to come back. So they can bring him back whenever if they kill him.
How many times do you want them to do the kills Joker, gets revived by the Lazarus Pit bullshit?
I mean, how many times have they done Joker gets locked up, Joker escapes, goes on a murder spree, gets locked up?
Yeah, but that's somewhat different. Because at least in that scenario, it's like, that's kind of this modus operandi. I don't think Joker would have the, like, want to die and then be resurrected, like, a billion fucking times.
Sector 3 is 1.9.
I think he would, just because it would screw with Batman. And that's like Joker's whole thing, is he just exists to screw with Batman.
Yeah, but I would also argue that, like, especially based off of a lot of media that he's in, the Joker not only is okay with dying, he fucking wants to die.
Oh, yeah. And, like, I could totally see Joker doing a plan where he gets himself killed in some fashion and then sets it up so that somehow, some way, after Gotham has reached, or Batman has reached some sort of peace, and it's like settled in that, oh my god.
Left side, clear left.
Dumbass. Fucking moron.
On your left. You're clear left.
Oh my gosh. Joker actually is dead. It's over. We've reached some semblance of peace. That is right when, like, Harley or some Joker fanatic revives him in a Lazarus Pit. Yeah, exactly, sir. I do not know who Punchline is. That's an actual character?
Punchline was basically like Harley Quinn when Harley Quinn and Joker stopped talking for a while. She was the replacement Harley Quinn.
Push while you can.
Honestly, I don't know how I feel about post-Joker Harley Quinn. On the one hand, it's like some of the portrayals I've seen I kind of like. On the other hand, the other portrayals I've seen I don't like. It's interesting. I honestly need to see more of post-Joker Harley Quinn.
I mean, Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn is great.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell. You can definitely tell when she's being directed well and being directed poorly.
Yeah, she was great as Harley in the second the James Gunn Suicide Squad movie. She was great in that one.
Absolutely.
And then I have like zero actual desire outside of educational, let's see what happened purposes for the other Suicide Squad movie and Birds of Prey. I also want to watch the Harley Quinn animated show because, like, God,
it's so great. Clear
like
on the right
half
side.
the clips I've seen of it are pretty good and I enjoy, but then the other clips I see, once again, is like, why do people like this show? Like, there's one clip of Harley unmasking Batman and Joker gets all pissed and crashes out. I really like that clip.
Off the pace. E5. Sector 3
Birds of Prey was a great portrayal of Quinn. They just put Cassandra Cain in place and put another car in her name, another character in her name. I do not know much about Cassandra Cain. I've been reading Batman Wayne Family Adventures on Webtoon. And there are some characters in there that I have never heard of. Like half of the Bat family I've never heard of. Outside of the different versions of Robin, I've not heard of heard of the rest of the Bat family members.
Except
for like Lucius Fox. I didn't know Lucius Fox had a son that became the Bat.
E6.
I didn't know Batwoman was a thing.
Up here.
You're right, Shane. It's midnight. It's past midnight.
All right.
I probably got shit to do tomorrow, so I'm gonna bid you all adieu.
Alrighty.
Deuces.
Deuces. Stephanie Brown, are we talking about which Batwoman are we talking about? Because I'm talking about the Batwoman with the redhead Batwoman from the comic. I think we're talking about the same one. Honestly, I didn't know she was lesbian until you mentioned it right now. Or said it right now. But based on her haircut, I'm not surprised.
Car ahead is just 120.
You just know from the haircut these days. You just know these days from the haircut. for better or worse. Yeah, back row Robin. Yeah, I know. I was just making sure. Oh, so god dang it, I gotta pee. Why is it I never have to pee when I get up to go do other shit? Why is it I only have to pee after I've gone up and done other shit? Why? Why, bladder? Why? Why do you do this to me?
That's a new fastest lap for Kale. 54.87. Car in front's just done a 100.5.
Ugh. It's centered. All right.
Traffic on exit, watch out. Black flag, we're gonna have to bring it in here.
Good road speed limit.
Hit exit's clear, go, go, go.
This is why we don't try to mess with OBS while we're driving. We don't go flying off the freaking track.
Traffic behind you, careful here.
On the left, clear to your left. Car left. Hold your line, clear left.
What is it with that turn? Half the time, majority of the time, I'm fine. But then, like, all of a sudden, there'll be one road, one time, one lap, where I just completely fuck it up and can't fucking do it. I don't know what it is. Mixing my mad. I do believe I definitely have gotten better
All clear here.
at
Watch the
road
line.
course racing this week. I've done more. I've done off screen. I've done some practice sessions doing racing road courses or test driving road courses. I'd definitely say I've gotten better. At least doing it in stock cars and the Mazdas. But I'm really only good at it solo. When I get into race conditions, it's a little not as good. In race conditions, I'm still a freaking wreck. Though surprisingly, I have not been, and hopefully will continue not to be. That's not a good sign. I'll hopefully continue, knock on wood, to not get into or cause massive wrecks.
The leader is just done a 107.53.
Gone off track plenty of times. Honestly, my biggest point of concern is the S's there. My biggest point of concern of like when wrecks would happen. and I would get caught up in one. Probably use the 8 for the other one. There we go.
The track's heating up. It's now 118 degrees.
Well, shit.
The leader's just done a 59.14. The leader has just done a 58.36. The leader's just run a 56.42.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm really just, the goal for tonight is survive. Preferably on the lead lap, but really it's just to get out of here. It's just to learn some stuff about road course racing and stay on the track as much as possible. That's the primary goal for tonight. Winning would be nice, but it is, well, not winning, but staying on the lead lap be actually what I'm looking for. Staying on the lead lap would be nice, but not the primary concern. I'll learn to stay on the lead lap when I get better and actually know how to road course race. One day when I become a road course ringer. Man, qualifying takes a while when you're not actually participating in it. I wasn't planning on doing Lime Rock tonight or in either series, but then I saw that it's not the oval license that's affected, it's the sports car license that is affected by these races, and at which point I'm like, okay, well, I can't do any worse. Can't do any worse in the ARCA cars than I would in the Mazdas. Actually, no, I would probably do worse in the Mazdas than I would in the ARCA car. Because I don't know how to drive the Mazda. Not well. Flying forever. I was not expecting the Rocket League soundtrack to be what it is. I just wish I could find a full video of the later soundtracks. There's been what, 20 seasons? And every season, as far as what minimal research I've done, seems that have introduced a new soundtrack, a new set of songs to the overall soundtrack. And then I'm like, I can find one for the first volume. I can find the first volume, but I can't find a video for all the later ones. Like, but why? God, I'm hot. I don't know why it feels hotter in here than it normally does. Got the AC running and everything. Welcome back. Maybe it's just hot. Maybe I just feel hotter because I'm doing so much wheel work. I'm going left, I'm going right, I'm going left, and I'm going right. Doing so many quick movements. Maybe that's why I feel hotter than usual. AC is working right? Well, I can't adjust the temperature on this thing, so... Why is there a gnome? I don't know.
Car 6. Okay, the track temp is 115 degrees. The air temp is 83.
People put a gnome there. I don't know why. Eh.
I'm going to do my absolute best to stay out of everybody's way. Just letting you guys know.
No.
Just remember that, so I'm not forget.
No, the only racing mascots I can think of are the Michelin Man and then the Firestone Firebird. NASCAR doesn't really. Those are for IndyCar and IMSA. NASCAR doesn't have any sort of mascot,
okay, stay
really.
behind 3 on the left lane.
Come on, Bojangles.
The pace speed is 48 miles per hour.
NASCAR's closest thing to a mascot are the drivers themselves. All right, let's see if this race we can keep our incident points in the single digits. That's the current goal, is keep incident points in the single digits. 'Cause I know I'm going to come off the track. I know people are going to bump me, because fucking, of course they are.
Catch up to car 3. Get ready. Green, green, green.
Go on ahead, 12. Strategy is to just let everyone else wreck out each other. And I'll take what spots I can get in
Right
the
side.
aftermath.
Still there. Stay with them. Clear right.
Okay, the start was alright. Let's see what we can do here.
Shut up, Jerry.
The next car ahead is NAR, car number 3.
Already off to a great start. Motherfucker. I don't know what it is about that turn. Sometimes I can do it perfectly fine.
Pick up the pace. We need to be able to capitalize if someone makes a
Shut
mistake.
up, Jerry! Jerry, shut up! No one likes you, Jerry.
There's a wreck in the left-hander. Looks like it's Matt.
I don't even know why I keep you around, Jerry. But he must be doing something right, since I keep him around.
Check your left. Clear on the
Oh,
left side.
dude, you cut the course, number 4. What an actual flying fuck!
Heels, car number 7, is now in the lead. There's an accident in Big Bend. I think it might be Howard.
Better be the number 4. He cut the course. They yell at me for cutting the course? Not him. He should give that spot back. Normally what they do when you cut the course, you have to give the spot, any spots you got by cutting the course, you have to give them back.
There's a wreck in 4. Looks like it's Bernard. a new fastest lap for Wallace. 56.00.
See, there we go. I did that turn perfectly fine.
There's an incident in Big Bend. I think it might be May. You've just run a 101.56. Gap to Menard. Head is now 2.2. There's an accident in Big Bend. It looks like Howard.
The actual flying frick crack happened there. That guy sent it too fast. Oh, Bojangles.
On your right side clear.
Thank you, Bojangles.
Attaboy, dry boy.
Thanks, Jerry.
59.
Okay, I did not brake hard enough. Or I did not brake soon enough. I definitely braked hard enough,
The next guy
not
is
soon
Howard,
enough.
car 8. There's a wreck in the left-hander. Looks like it's Menard. The 8.
Road course racing. So freaking technical. I'm not good with technical shit.
That's a new fastest lap for Wallace. 55.92.
Yeah, I haven't really been able to enjoy the scenery. I've been too busy focusing on the road. I've had my eyes on the road, not the scenery.
There's a wreck in. Right-hander. It looks like Matt.
Well, we failed our hope of keeping our incidents in the single digits.
There's an accident in West Bend. I think it's May. There's a wreck in right-hander.
Fucking damn it.
That's halfway. You're looking good on fuel. Gap to Griffith. Behind is increasing. It's up to 12 seconds.
God, I hate those turtles.
Gap 2, B6, behind's now, 1.7, a lap ahead. B8, you've just run up 100.1 seconds. If we get into another collision, they're going to DQ us.
Really? Oh, God. I've done that poorly.
On your right. You're clear right.
Someone gives us just too hard of a bump in a braking zone. I'm DQ'd. I'm done. God damn it.
Left side. You're clear left.
B7.
Too hot. Too hot.
The leader's just done a 55.74. What's a new fast lap for? At 55.56. Two to go. There's an accident in turn 4. I think it's Matt.
Sorry.
gap to the
Why did I
behind is now
downshift?
4.32 laps ahead.
That's not a place where you have to downshift. Hey! We got activity. We got a follow, new follow, Cat Gamer. Welcome.
White flag, last lap.
Thank you for the follow. How you doing, Cat Gamer?
Stay left, clear on your right.
Which ARCA car to get? Get the Ford. Get the Ford. I am doing okay-ish. I wish I were doing better at this freaking road course racing.
Right, that's it. That's the end of the session.
God. Oh my God. Fucking. I don't know what it is. During practice session, I'm fine. Yes, I go off the track sometimes, but I basically hold it together perfectly well, and I can keep my incident points in the single digits. But then during the fucking race, everything just fucking falls apart. And it's not even because other idiots run into me. It's all by my own doing. Which is the fucking worst. At least at the other tracks, I can blame other people for fucking getting sent into the wall. Here, the only person I have to blame is myself. Which sucks! There's a clip. Yeah, at least I made it to the end. That's like the second primary goal. The overall goal is to make it to the end and not get DQ'd or wrecked out. But like the race by race goal is other than learning to properly road race is keep the incidents in the single digits. And yet I still get a safety rating increase. 0.01, but an increase is an increase. $20 is $20. Oh my God. Oh, you know what I should add to my new video, my Infamous 2 video that just came out? I should add a link to my Discord. My Discord A. I'll do that right now. And I'm also going to post it here in the Twitch. All right, you have a good night. hide that myself. All right. Rack them up. Rack them up. Two more. Got two. Yeah, we have got time for 2 more races. Ay, ay, ay. Maybe I'll call the stream early so that I can work on clips. Nah, we'll keep going. We'll keep playing. Keep racing. Because the party don't stop until it has to, because I have real world obligations like work. That would help. Part of my pillow on the AC unit. Maybe that might help. God, it's hot. Why is it so hot? It shouldn't be this freaking hot in my room. Why aren't you doing your job, AC unit? Do your fucking job. Cool down this room. Slacker. Alright.
The exit is clear. Get what you can. Damn it. Hey, Ghostly, how you doing, bud? We be attempting to road race here in Lime Rock Park. Yeah. And we be doing a varying success job. Sometimes everything goes great. Other times, I send it way too hot into the turn.
Brake too late. How you doing, Ghostly?
0.56.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Getting ready to stream Darksiders. Nice. Nice. Nope. Which one? We starting at the beginning? God, this stupid turn. Forget what the name of the turn is, but fuck it. Fuck that turn. Bipolar as shit.
Car ahead is just done a 59.40. That's a new fastest lap for Watts. 56.71.
One with war. Nice.
Sector 1's 1.3 off the pace.
I streamed Darksiders 1. Oh. Yeah. Nope. You know, road racing isn't great. Road racing is not a great choice for talking. I streamed Darksiders 1.
Go.
Way back during the first time I tried making an attempt to do streaming regularly for a job. Don't go back and do not go and watch those VODs. Those VODs are awful. I hate those VODs. Also, I don't even think, I think half the game, half those streams are lost the time. I think I only have half of the game archived. So what I used to do is stream is split streams in half with two games for game clearing. Half the stream was Sleeping Dogs and the other half was Darksiders. You know, I should have both hands on the steering wheel. And then the other half was Darksiders.
The car is just done on 58.32.
I'm curious how this driving line, if it's at all different between ARCA and Mazda and trucks and all that. I wonder if there's a difference. Maybe I don't need to brake as hard. Really don't need to brake as hard into that turn
off the pace
as I have been. I'd probably just coast. Half the time I coast. The other half I brake.
B5. Sector 3 is 0.9 off the pace.
Right side. On your right. Clear on your right.
That's a new quick lap for Robinson.
Oh, goody, blinker.
56.14.
Hopefully I'm not in his race.
Stay right. Clear left.
Yeah, I'll work on that. Hello, 3. I did not see you there.
Sector 1 is 0.36 off the pace. Sector 2 is 2.2 off the pace.
I really want to know how someone is gassing through those S's.
That's a new fast lap for Robinson, 56.10. V6. Sector 3 is 0.45 off the pace.
Fucker!
On the right. Clear in the right. Go, go, go.
Set up, Jerry. Wait, no, that was Ross. Ross is my spotter. Jerry's my crew chief.
Car front's just done a 58.21. The leader's just done a 55.90.
No! Too fast. Motherfucker. I hate those S's! I hate him. Hate him. Absolutely hate him.
Left side. You're clear left. Car left. Clear on the left side.
If I were better, I probably could have taken it. Probably could have passed him.
V8. It's a new quick lap for at 55.52. Sector 1 is 0.9 off the pace.
Oh, it actually defended. Holy crap. I think he spun out. Or went off track something. No, why does my eye have to water on the fucking
Sector 3 is 1.3 seconds off the pace.
Sam Posey?
Sector 1 is 0.6
I still can't decide if I want to be in first gear or second gear in the handers. I can't decide. Well, at least guess I didn't go flying off into the wall. I guess it. Wish I could figure out what the constant is whenever I do go off the track in that final turns. Motherfucking bitch. Hit. Cocksucker.
It's a new fastest lap for Stewart, 55.45.
Oh, you motherfucker. Obviously going too fast through there, mother. Ah! God dang it! Hell. Can't find what? I can't figure out the constant. Why? Why?
55.37.
Much time left in this practice? Another 15 minutes, or another 10 minutes.
The exit's clear. Push while you can.
I think that's the first time I've ever gone into third, going into the S's, and then actually I was actually able to downshift in time. I did it perfectly that time. I did that turn perfectly. Yeah.
Okay, pit exit is clear. Don't cross the line.
Watch your right. Hold your line. Clear right, right. Still there. You're clear right. Car right. Clear on the right side. Right side. Still there. Hold on. Clear right.
Car behind's just done a 1 minute. Sector 2 is 2.9 seconds off the pace. Sector 3 is 0.6 off the pace.
Motherfucker, really? God. Okay. Alright, we're done road racing for the night. Let's go do something else. It's in hosted. Trucks at Dega. Let's go. I always bitch about doing Trucks at Dega with Steve and them, but it's something different compared to tonight. See if other people join. Or if it's just going to be the 6 of us. They just end up doing ARCA AI. We're just calling it. Calling the stream. They end up doing that. We'll see. We shall see. Bum 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 dun 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 can't even do.
It's a new quick lap for May 55.03. That's a new fast lap for Corey, 55.00. Pit speed is 55 miles per hour. Traffic on exit, watch out. That's a new fastest lap for Corey, 54.93.
Car 999. It's going to be interesting not having to use my brake or turn right. Or all that right turning, all that braking. Just pedal to the metal all the way.
The leader is just done a 52.32. That's last. That puts you 2.8 off the pace. That lap is a 55.08.
Only last because I'm not drafting with anyone. Also,
watch your speed. All right, box in 1410 feet.
need to get the butter out for breakfast. Usually I keep track of time by the races, but I don't have that today. All right. DRB. Ugh. 50 laps. Oh man, have I ever run a 50 lap Dega race before? That I didn't completely wreck out of?
10 minutes left. All clear here, watch the line.
Car outside. Still there, stay with them. 3 wide, 2 up high. Car up high. Still there, hold your line. Hold your line. They're still there. Still there. Clear outside.
Oh, those morons. Someone did it. Put them 4 wide. Didn't.
My bad. The 35 gave me a tap, and he like it. I got loose.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. 35 tap. Yeah. Ill-timed booty bump.
You got traffic behind. Be careful here.
It's just gonna be 6. It's probably just gonna be a 6, isn't it? 7. Nah. Nah, I'm not feeling it. Not with just 6 people. That's not fun. Especially if there's a wreck. There's a wreck, it's gonna throw everyone off, gonna throw people off, and it's just gonna be fucking I don't know what I'm looking for. Just gonna be running logging laps. That's all it's gonna be. Logging laps. Might just call it here. I think we might just call it here. Because by the time the is Lanier, do I like Lanier? I don't think I like Lanier. I don't remember if I do or not. I don't think I do. I think we're just gonna call it here. By the time any of the other series are ready for people to register, it's gonna be too late. So yeah. Yeah. I think we might just call it here. I think we are just going to call it here. Well, tonight was all right. Could have been better. Definitely could have been worse, but I'm fine with what happened. I'm fine with how the races went for the most part. Still, road racing's an enigma. It is still an enigma. Hopefully one day, I will be a road course ringer. One day. So that's going to be it for today and it for this week. But it's not the only content you'll get from me this week. It's just this is just the last live piece of content you'll get for this week over right now on my channel, Shane Leath. You can go and watch my review of Infamous 2. It's my biggest project thus far to date, most complex project to date, and I hope you enjoy watching it, and I would love to hear feedback down in the comments of that video. So go give it a watch. Let me know what you think. I hope you enjoy. As for next week, Monday, game clearing, Orphan, Scion of Sorcery. Tuesday, trophy hunting, we'll be doing Assassin's Creed Revelations, all the story stuff, and then all the guild challenges. We got to get 100% synchronization, and well, we can't get platinum trophy because of the multiplayer shit, but you know what I mean. Wednesday, Fortnite, followed by Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. And Thursday will be iRacing, which next week, where's the trucks at next week? I should have. Why didn't I leave the iRacing program up until I checked where the trucks are at next week? Where are the trucks at? Trucks are going to be at. Trucks next week are going to be at Daytona. Oh boy. Oh dear. Okay. Well then, we'll see how that goes. That's going to be it for me this tonight. That's going to be it for me this week. I hope you all have a good night and goodbye.